Hello and welcome. Hi Megafox. How are you doing? I hope everything's fine. Gonna try to change my scenes without using my mouse. See how that goes. Whoa, that was definitely the wrong button. Okay, let's just use the mouse. Thing is, I don't know how to scroll yet with my keyboard. So, how's it going? I'm gonna copy that. Hi, Lord. One back. Think I'm gonna start completely new. Only one day to go. One day until weekend, until Friday. Oh, I think I have something open. Just all of it. My cat still tries to block my keyboard access. Yeah, get a split keyboard, and then your cat can only block one of them. Okay. Let's close all of that. Okay, what are we doing today? And why are we doing it today? We are doing a bit of blockchain development. That's the plan. Thing is, I need to learn blockchain for a maybe new job. Let's see how that goes. And might as well do it on stream so that everyone can learn. So get that going. What's the second one? We could just open it in the background, maybe. Blockchain, expensive way to store data. Kinda, yeah. You should do the thing that Toggle does, where views can give you a language which will try for a stream. I want to do something like that. There is at least ATS planned. But I'll have to figure out my schedule first. So I want to do 1 day a week a new language stream. 1 day a week will be the Minecraft idea I have, and so on and so forth. So let's see how it goes. The really cool thing for me about blockchain is that I can't press my buttons the way I want to do. No, the really cool thing I think about blockchains isn't the storage part or the coin part. It's more the smart contract part. You know? Let's get that in here, otherwise it won't work. If you try the substrate tutorial, I think that the default script won't work, except if you do if you can type, obviously. If you set the correct nightly version. Otherwise it will error out. So let's do make init. It should be pretty fast. The other one is make build, I think. Yeah. Which should take a pretty long time. Yeah, so that's something you have to keep in mind when doing that. Okay, so the second thing... So that's the keyboard mouse I'm using, which is kinda slow because I configured it that way. But so it's actually usable. Let's delete that. V loan. Oh, it's not the node template, it's the front-end template. I think we need a yarn install. Should be pretty fast because I already did it once. It should be cached. Yeah, so I'm pretty hyped about the whole smart contract stuff. But holy crap, the information density is huge. So it's insane how much information you need to know about all that. And it's already way, way simplified. Blockchain stuff is really over my head. I mean, I don't expect to fully understand the whole blockchain technology. I kind of do understand Bitcoin, or at least on a on the general level, I understood Bitcoin. But everything after that is pretty new to me. So Ethereum and stuff. And Substrate runs on Polkadot, I think, which can host multiple chains. So it makes it easier to do cross-chain transactions and stuff like that. So you could have multiple chains on Polkadot communicate with each other, where each chain has its own its own stuff defined. So like it's explained here, where's my mouse button? I know that Ethereum has stuff like contracts which allows them to have currencies within, but how it works, I don't know. Yeah, not only that, you can, for instance, one thing I found really cool is, if I own something, like, let's start with something digital or something I own on paper. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the owner of a company or stuff like that. I could encode that in a token which runs on the blockchain. And if I want to sell the company, we could trade on the blockchain. So you give me coins, which amount to the value I want to sell for. And after that, you get the token which says you're the owner. And the whole transaction will be stored on the blockchain. And you can prove that you now have the token which makes you the owner of the company. Which obviously doesn't work that way in the real life right now, because there's still government things you need to do. That's still going. But in theory, that's something that should be possible. Same with cars and so on and so forth. You could encode all of that into the blockchain. Some of the things you can encode aren't actually that good of a fit. Okay, just mute my phone. So there certainly are apps that shouldn't be on the blockchain. But like with everything, sometimes it's just fun to do stuff with certain technologies. So for instance, I thought about if we could use the blockchain for transferring points between streamers. So we'll run a blockchain network for every streamer who wants to contribute, and you as a viewer get points like you already do. And if you wanna, for instance, use those points on Togglebit's stream, if he joins, you can just transfer your points over. But to do that, we first need to set everything up and learn how everything works. So I already did the first tutorial. Just wanted to show you how easy it is to quickly set everything up. Just need to wait. That's the reason I want a 32 core PC. Or 64 core. Or 128 core. Give me all the cores. I want a data center cluster in my other room. Just so I can parallelize all my compilations. Yeah, the whole thing also comes with a front end that you can customize. Oh, wrong button. Just want to order my new PC parts, but availability is non-existing. What PC parts do you want to order? It's an overkill PC. Yeah, that's one I want to get to. So that's the wrong directory. So my idea, my PC I want to build either in summer or in winter this year is gonna be the beefiest PC I can get, basically, within my budget. But Ryzen 5950X, RTX 3090, RX. Ooh, nice. Do you do overclocking as well? Because yeah, do you do that just for fun or for the lulz? Because I know people who just love the idea of water cooling and actually don't need it. Or do you intend to like I said, overclock it or something like that to get a bit more power out of it? So let's copy that. That needs to be inserted here when we're done. I don't even have an idea of what I want for a PC, because when it's time for me to buy one, they're probably old anyway. Just want to build at least one PC with a custom water cooling loop, and I will overclock it as the cooling can handle it for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you even heard about Hex before? It's an awesome programming language. I have both used and heard about it, yeah. Hex is pretty cool. Let's open that up. Hex. What did you use it for? Only small sample programs. So not in big projects, if that's what you mean. But I just love the idea of downloading one thing and compiling it to everything. But I also don't think that Hex language is that good in comparison to other languages. So there could probably be a better language which compiles to everything instead of Hex. But the whole toolkit is kinda amazing still. So I think it's like kinda like C#. Ish. The language is awesome. Well, it's basically C#. C# and a bit more. Oh, they do have algebraic data types now. I mean, isn't C# already Java on steroids? No, I'm kidding. Okay, let's check the link out if my mouse makes it that far. Hi, Garrett. C# is Java but obsolete. Sorry, but you're wrong on that. C# is very much alive. There are whole Microsoft jobs investing in C#. Yeah, I'm fine. Still getting used to my new keyboard. Implement language independent source maps. Okay. I work in C# day to day. Yeah, I mean C# is far away from obsolete. It even is the better Java, so that it's alive doesn't mean it should exist. Just like chess, it's very popular but nonsensically useless garbage. You're wrong again, because like I said, C# is like an advanced Java. So if you're on Microsoft platforms, C# has its place. And there are way worse languages than C# out there. Java, for instance, is way worse. Lua should also go. Python, I think we agree on Python. I would say that C# is now a lot more open than Java too. Yeah, yeah, it is with the new .NET. I mean, C# learned really early on what Java made wrong and improved on that. So no one class per file restriction stuff, no explicit exception stuff, which is, I think the exception thing is nice in theory, but in practice it's just bleh. VSTO needs to die, agreed. When it comes to language, Java is worse, but it's more about the JVM. Instead of reinventing the wheel with .NET, being platform-specific nonsense. .NET is not platform-specific, but okay. Or the VM isn't. You should really just have spent the time making an optimized JVM. They really needed that. I disagree with that statement completely. So there are good reasons to reinvent the wheel and to make some stuff new, and don't just improve on the status quo. I mean, they did it out of other reasons. They wanted to compete with Java completely and make everyone switch to C#. I'm not talking about Mono, I'm talking about .NET Core. Also, it's just that the thing is, the .NET runtime was never really cross-platform, was never really platform specific. It was C#, and the whole classes that came with it that were platform specific. The .NET runtime was always cross-platform, or at least the specification was. I'm working with it now and found a word range containing 2 characters with a difference between the start and 24. How does 1 plus 1 ever equal to 24? What? We're got 2 characters with a difference between the start and... How do... I don't understand your question. It's still largely NVIM exclusive, even if not completely. That's not true. .NET Core, the new .NET Core, or .NET 5, because there isn't .NET Core anymore, should be mostly cross-platform. And even before that, the runtime itself wasn't platform specific. It was just the base classes that shipped with C#. .NET was made partly because Sun didn't want MS changing and improving Java, so they had to do something just different enough to not get a copyright suit. Oh, I didn't know that. And C# as a language is vastly inferior to Kotlin, which is JVM too, so it's a complete win-win. I mean, F# is vastly superior to Kotlin, so it's a win-win-win for C# for the .NET, but that's a whole different story. The .NET 5 library is cross-platform and the old .NET framework is dead, and yeah, that's true. We had for how many years? 2 years, I think. We hosted a .NET web service running on Linux. The syntax is horrible. No, it isn't. The syntax is OCaml mixed with a bit of .NET. One day I need to stream C# F# programming on Linux just to prove a point. Do it. I'll watch that. Wrong button. The only thing about F# is not being used to the syntax. But if you work with multiple syntaxes for a prolonged period of time, you will see that F# syntax isn't that bad. F# syntax is lovely. I mean, F# even has operator overloading, right? So you can use 1+ for multiple types. Unlike in OCaml, where you need a dot plus and a comma plus and whatever. If it's whitespace dependent, it's automatically bad by definition. Yeah, but only if it's an imperative language. Kotlin has the 2, by the way. The thing is, I agree that white spaces should not be used for such things. But with functional languages, it's not that much of a problem as with stuff like Python. Wrong button again. Oh boy, that does take long. Come on, one module to go. Think it is. I also hate that in Haskell. I mean, that's your right to hate whatever you want. That just doesn't make it true. Hi, Togglebit. I'm not a fan of whitespace dependence at all. So if you ask me about one thing I hate about Python, it's gonna be white spaces. I'm just in time to see .mct hate on things again. Yeah. So I totally agree with you on that for Python, but I do not agree with Haskell and languages like that, because the whole paradigm is completely different. So it's not the same. Lord MCTE thinks C# is inferior in every way and should die, and has no right to be there, and I firmly disagree. Microsoft making nonsense again, and it unfortunately. Yeah. Like I said, I disagree. You missed me ranting about VSTO. I mean, it wasn't that big of a rant, right? Yeah, don't love all things. Loving all things contains Python, and Python should not be loved. Apparently VSTO 1 + 1 can be 2, 24, 26. I mean, yeah, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to be? I made some GUI apps in C#. It was horrible. Okay, so what kind of GUI apps, or what kind of language do you prefer for making GUI apps? Because C# with the drag and drop is easy enough for simple GUIs. And for more advanced stuff, all GUI frameworks are horrible except for HTML. It's a nice way to make GUI apps, so yeah. Okay, let's start that. Yay, we got a blockchain running! Hype! Is that ASM is not a nice way to make GUIs. So does that work now? was. Yay, we have a blockchain running. That was easy. GUI's not sure if I'd make one today. I'd probably look at hacks, Rust, maybe with Druid and JavaFX with Kotlin. Yeah, but all of them except JavaFX are not industry standard. So if you would make one for a company, none of them would probably go through. AEX? What's AEX? Is that even a register? Huh. Sex offender website. That's not what I wanted to do. Can we close that? Yes, we can. EAX, yeah. Mr. Halsey with a rate of 24. Hello and welcome. Time to watch the browser history. Nah, it never gets cleared. How was your stream, Mr. Halsey? What did you do? I saw you were streaming while I was preparing the stream. But my brain was already hurting with all the terminology from the blockchain stuff. Okay, so we do show me metadata. Was good, managed to crash my box with Rust and Godot. Very nice. I hope your box crashing efforts are open source, so we can crash our boxes too. I've just concluded that Hex UI is awesome and would be my go-to for GUI app. I mean, could be nice. My go-to would probably be something like a Reverie once it's finished, because it's React based and React's awesome. Hey, Hackerspace Moringa, how you doing? I created huge mesh instances Godot using Rust. There may have been 10,000 of them, not sure. Okay, I mean, that's JS, isn't it? Reverie? No, Reverie isn't JS. Reverie is ReasonML, I think, but native compiled. Probably written that wrong. So is it SL? Yeah. So it's kind of like React Native, but written in ReasonML. Where is the playground? Try the playground. Can I click that? Can't click that. I figured, oh, you went very political there. So back to the meshes. 10,000 meshes doesn't sound that horrible, depending on the machine you have. So yeah, so probably something like that, where you can just embed code that looks like HTML with normal code, which I know people don't like, but in my 15 years of programming, I have not seen anything better than HTML that looks massively over abstracted. No, it doesn't. Each mesh was 24 key vertices, I think. Okay, that's way too much. I get it, I get it. But it's just like writing HTML code. I mean, you can always go back to the old way and just write UIs directly within API stuff. So, but that's probably not gonna be the future, because we should up the abstraction level a bit. Was tessellating fonts to 3D meshes? Nice. I might have to check out your VOD after the stream. Hey Papa, Mr. Patatas, stop hating on everything and embrace coffee stream. You know you want to. Abstraction should stay as low as possible. That's also wrong. I'm sorry, but I can't take that seriously. I should stay far away from anything that ends in script. I mean, isn't hex written in hex script or something like that? Hey Fluffy, how's it going? You, me both. Okay, so we have the runtime data palette. Okay, so the next step may be extend the features of the template node, the add palette, learn about forkless runtime upgrades. So we're gonna do the palette stuff. Gotta get some coffee. Okay. My office is way too cold. I know nothing and seems interesting. Okay, I'm even considering making GUIs in OpenGL. Yeah, but isn't that just overkill for making GUIs? I mean, like I said, you do you. You can do whatever you want, but I don't think that writing GUIs in OpenGL will be the future of GUI dev. For better or for worse. Just compile to chess. Yeah. That's so. The Substrate Developer Hub node template provides a minimal working runtime which you can use to quickly get started. Let's invent assembly scripts. Assembly to gets compiled to JavaScript. Isn't that just WebAssembly, kinda? Of course not, because everyone wants abstraction. Yeah, abstractions are your friend. Abstractions are not bad. If you think abstractions are bad, you should reconsider your thoughts on that. Reverse ASM chairs. Yeah, kind of like that. I mean, we would obviously use typed ASM, right? Guess you could build OpenGL library for GUI. Sure. Assembly script. What? Assembly script. Not no abstraction, just very little abstraction. We already had the discussion sometimes. You should always strive for the most understandable code. If you want to make code more understandable and easier to reason about, you up the abstraction. That's always the way to go. So you should program at a high level of abstraction. And once you think, or once you measure that it's too slow, this is where you start to remove abstraction layers and solve it on the lower abstraction layers. Programming, remember it is as an abstraction or machine code, true. My $1 million business idea. Once you get XML in there to define a constant static GUI, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's absolutely not what I'm talking about. But saying as little as abstraction as possible is also not right. You should use abstractions. Just so it's easier to reason about the code. What the hell is assembly script? Whoa, wrong window. So no, code shouldn't be simple, it should be efficient. That's wrong. That's stuff you can do when you program on yourself. If you program on a team, code has to be understandable first, because you're not the only one working on it. Understandability is always preferable to performance, because understandability produces correct code, and correct code is what makes money. So if you do your private library for yourself or your private application, go for as fast as possible. That's absolutely true. I'm not advertising Python here. You're mishearing or misinterpreting what I'm saying. Does everyone think about sandwiches? I hear that the weather in insert locality is nice this time of the year. I think your template broke. I like sandwiches as long as they include chicken meat. Yeah, good code is easier to make performant than performing code to make correct. True. So what does that do? Assembly script, a language made for WebAssembly. Oh, so that's TypeScript to WebAssembly. That's not assembly to TypeScript. Understandable. Assembly to chess next. Yeah, if you want to do something like that, I would be down to watch that. Not Wasm. That's what I wanted to show earlier. Typed assembly. So that's the thing we need to do. That's not the thing I wanted to show. Is it this link? It looks horrible. Okay, so there is a specification for typed assembly, and you'll probably should use that instead of just plain assembly, just to make it more fun. It's going to be a big business break. I can't do it on stream unless all of you sign an NDA. Yeah, we can make them sign an NDA via my blockchain I'm doing. And you may be right as that being generally more profitable, but that's not an excuse. I could never imagine making code to earn money, but for it to be good code. That's also the fundamental issue that makes trash like chess so popular, and it's horrible. Yeah, true. I just I just have to agree with Togglebyte here. Yeah, in a theoretical world, in a theoretical imaginary world, it might be possible to just say, okay, I'll always only write good code, performant code, and everyone is on the same page. But, and there's a really big but, that the what's it called? The prerequisite for this is that every programmer is a 10x programmer, whatever that means. So that's also something I watched a lot of Jonathan Blow in the last days and weeks, and he also argues that. He argues that you should go lower, that you should just write good code, basically. But the statement just write good code doesn't work. Right now, I can, without ever having studied programming, get a programmer job. I don't even have to know programming. So either you fix that and kick out all the programmers who haven't studied long enough and programmed good enough to be in the job, or you make better abstractions and better tools. And I don't see the first one happening. Yeah. Chess is popular because people want to make money, which makes sense, of course. It's not only about money, it's also about making things. So if everybody just always goes for the most performant thing ever, you're not getting things done. There are many tools which wouldn't exist at all. And while I do agree that if the tool exists and it's too slow, that you should make it faster, it's better to have a slow tool than no tool at all. Jazz is popular because it's really easy to start compared to typed language, and you can do web stuff with it. Yeah. If you kick novices out of the profession, then how would people gain the real world experience that you need? Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could. I'm all for producing better programmers. So right now, and that's where I have a big problem with the state of programming. Right now, you can be a bad programmer. You can not only write slow code, you can write shitty code. which is hard to maintain and so on and so forth. And you have almost no repercussions. So, except if your boss says, okay, I'll fire you because you wrote bad code, if your boss doesn't do that, you can continue to write bad code for years on end. And I think that's wrong. I do think that's wrong. But I don't think the solution is to require 10 years of studying for you to be a programmer. So I think it's probably simpler to improve the tools, because improved tools not only help produce better code for programmers that aren't able to produce good code on themselves, they also support professionals. So if you look at Rust, some good programmers think they don't need something like Rust because they know their code in and out, so they don't need the safety. But all the other programmers who aren't as good need the safety, and even if you are good, the added safety takes thinking away from you that you don't need to do. That's brain power you can use for something else. So that's why I think you should use better tools and better abstractions, and not just do the fastest thing ever. What did I miss? Yeah, you just can't call everything garbage because it's written in JS and simplistically. That's also too naive. I would also say that if your tool is too slow, then you should profile it and fix the bottlenecks rather than trying to make everything perfect. True, yeah. Not sure if I'll overprogram professionally. I mean, with that mindset, you probably can get a job in game dev where performance matters over other things, but in a more I just would have said normal programming job. In a more yeah, let's say normal programming job. Like if you do application development and stuff like that, or if you do servers and stuff, you're conventional. You're not gonna stay on the team very long if you do stuff like that. So even in teams where it's a matter, where it does matter, you still need to write code that people understand. Otherwise, you can't fix bugs. In game, I'd say you should devs aim for that. You can make a real difference and earn money. If you have the performance and such, then aim for field like kernel or stuff. Yeah, kernel and OS stuff might also be the one part, but you'll have to fight Linus, I heard. So if you don't win a fist fight against Linus Torvalds, you can't be a kernel developer. Sorry. Game dev, the one of those reasons, seems to have the highest amount of unhappy developers. Yeah, but that's a whole different topic. Hell no, Justin Python seriously disgusted me, and I wouldn't, and hope I never will, except to write in such a trash language to make more money. Sometimes it's not about making more money, it's just about making money at all. I work with ABAP and JS at work, and I'm more annoyed at the bad code written by SAP itself. Just got another issue where the function calls the call screen method to the background task with a GUI and the crash. The weirdness is that there's a suppress dialog option there which prevents the crash, but this only works if it isn't a so-called what? What the hell? That's strange. Yeah, I also think there are no happy people working with SAP. I've yet to meet one. A happy person who works with SAP. It's not about the language at work. The most issues I have is with legacy code. True. You sound like a much more radical me. True. He's practicing the fight here. That's true. I mean, this isn't a fist fight. It's just a clash of opinions. So, but I stand by my opinion. I don't think that performance everything is the solution to a software problem. I also don't think moving everything to dynamic languages that make it easier for novices is the solution to our problem. And I'm gonna stand by my opinion until someone proves me otherwise. Now this is a bunch of people disagreeing just like the internet. But we are on the internet. Okay, let's actually get to step 2. We have something running. The Substrate Developer Hub node template provides minimal working runtime, which you can use to quickly get started building your own custom tool chain, blockchain, not tool chain. Blockchain. The node template includes a number of components, including a runtime that is constructed using the Frame runtime development framework. However, in order to remain minimal, it does not include most of the modules called pellets from Substrate's set of core frame pellets. Okay. Is writing on Twitch over the UK postal service. I only lose it when someone goes like, it doesn't matter, computers are powerful enough to run anything. Yeah, that's also not true. Writing simple code instead of performing code is a mindset I'm willing to waste years of experience to prevent ever acquiring. Yeah, good luck. 1 stamp per line. Wow, that's gonna be expensive. The thing is, you're ignoring so many things in saying just write fast code. That's not sustainable for doing any dev work. I can tell you that. So, but you'll see for yourself. You're gonna do. It's not worth it. You're gonna do your development work. You're gonna do what you think is right, and by all means, do what you think is right, even if it might be the wrong thing. But do what you think is right, and you will one day find out if you took the right path or the wrong path. So, if you took the wrong path and you see that you took the wrong path, you can do a turn and do something else. If you took the right path and well, then you took the right path. That's fine. I am still not, and will not agree with you until you can either prove to me that it's what's it called, objectively superior, or I've experienced that myself, and I haven't until now. The fact that the interpreters are used in production makes me seriously disappointed. I mean, look, blockchain. Hey, look, a blockchain. Yeah, let's do that. Making mistakes is the right path. No knowledge is as valuable as that gained from failure. That's true. That's true. That's one of the things I'm a proponent of. I really like static types, and most of the people I know who are against static types, and I don't know that many people, so it's not a general rule, but most of the people I know hate on static types because it's apparently harder to program in. But even with dynamic types, you still need to have the types in your head. So you need to know if what you're passing is a string or an integer and so on and so forth. So the only thing you're doing is taking something that a tool is perfectly capable of validating for you and taking it out of the tool in your head because you think that's somewhat a better use of your resources. I'm not a fan of Java in prod either. Yeah, so just use Java in dev then? Or what's that supposed to mean? Oh, I get to learn about blockchain. Let's do that. Yeah. I'm gonna continue now. Use a native language to find a way to compile Java to native. There is a way to compile Java to native. It's called GraalVM for everyone who doesn't know. GraalVM can compile JVM code to native. So I think it should be possible to even use Kotlin and everything. But I don't know how it works because I haven't tried it. So, back to the blockchain. JNI is not using a native language. JNI is binding a native language to Java. I know about Graal, didn't get it to work because at the moment it's a complete mess. Yeah, it's LLVM, so obviously it's a mess. I mean, if you use JNI, you're just using native inside of Java, so you're still using the Java runtime. We will now modify the Substrate Developer Hub node template to include the Nix palette. This palette allows blockchain users to pay a deposit to reserve a nickname and associate it with an account they control. Open the node template in your favorite code editor, which is obviously NeoVim. We will be editing two files, runtime source librs and runtime cargo tomo. Okay. And Kotlin is working on its own native target, which is way more promising than Graal. Yeah, but that's Kotlin only. Graal would be all JVM languages, so it would be cool if they were, if Graal would work. So let's do Togglebit's word. It's Blerkein. Oh, the second bit wasn't long enough. It's Blerkein. I think, right? Not VS Code. Yeah, sure, but why use another JVM language if Kotlin exists? Because there are it's blockchain. Because there are different requirements. The different requirements require different tools. That's about it. I think blockchain is overrated. I already said that before. I think there are certain things where blockchain is the best way to do it, and there's certain things where blockchain is the worst way to do it. And depending on what you want to do, you have to choose if blockchain is the right way or not. Blockchain is understood. That's true as well. Don't even know for what blockchain is used apart from cryptocurrencies. Okay, what you can do with blockchains is one of the things is smart contracts, where you can use the tokens you gain for stuff like transferring rights to goods, transferring ownership. You can use it for voting if you like. So there are many use cases where the blockchain would actually be a good technology to use, as long as you don't use the Bitcoin model where you need to make whole cities worth of electricity to run that thing. Well, yes, but when it comes to the JVM, all the requirements you can have are there fulfilled by either Kotlin or no JVM link. That's not true. It's not JVM or not JVM. It's also if functional is more suited, stuff like that. So if you want to do functional programming, maybe Scala is the better way to do it. Also, what you always have to consider, and I don't like to admit it, if you have a team full of Scala developers or Java developers, you just can't as easily switch to Kotlin, even if you want to. It's not that simple. Does this substrate site teach about blockchain or just how to use its own crate? I think a bit of both. It's don't put so much stock in things you don't like. It holds little value to you to dislike something, especially since you have the option to ignore it. I kinda agree. Talk a bit. It's underestimating you to being understood. Wow. Yeah. I've read a little bit about Substrate while looking at Polkadot. Yeah, so Substrate is built by Parity, which is I think is a German company, or at least they have a big office in Germany. Yeah. So Scala is not a big difference to Kotlin. You can learn Kotlin in a week easily if you know Scala. Yeah, that doesn't mean that it isn't a big difference. There's more to Kotlin than Scala. I mean, Scala has a completely different type system, so that's not true. I've been looking for Clojure into this conversation for a while. Well, if you're using Clojure, then you just made a terrible decisions. Yeah, according to you. Okay. Okay, importing a palette crate. The first thing you need to do to add the Nix palette is to import the palette Nix crate in your runtime's cargo toml. So let's take our keyboard mouse. Let's take our keyboard mouse and move it up here. And actually copy that. Hey Wakla. I can well imagine, never spent any real time with the Lisp family though. Most of the tutorials that I have read with install Emacs, I don't have time to learn yet another editor. That's fair. I want to learn the language, not to be forced into another editor, please. Yeah, that's really horrible. But you can also do it in VS Code. I think there are a few cool plugins to let you do that. Why is there no channel point event for monkey type? I maybe do one next week. So. Yeah. Okay, open the substrate node template runtime cargo toml. Do I quit out of the... Wait, let's move that to 1 and move that to 3 instead, I think. So next week I can't sit here that long. Sorry. I feel you, Ed, and your pain. Wow. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Okay, so we want to do... I'm in that runtime cargo toml. Runtime. Did Objective-C keep its GC or did it get digital proof of arc? I think it's arc all the way. Yeah. But isn't arc also kind of like garbage collection scheme? Let's not discuss that. So local. Whoa. So many things. You have to free your objects. Same with Swift. Yeah. It depends on what you do. I know they built a GC in at one point and talked about removing it. Isn't that what D does? Next up, Rust garbage collected, since we don't have to manually free the memory. True. I think I read somewhere that Rust is compile time garbage collected. So if that's something you want to call it, compile time garbage collection, then yeah, I'll be fine with that. Oh boy, Kresnak, thanks for the follow. I hope I pronounced your name right. How are you doing? How was your day? Do you want to tell us your favorite programming language? I also don't think anyone will ever be able to convince me that there's any syntax better than C-like syntax, meaning semicolon and braces. That's your right to have that opinion. You should try pipe mapping. That's the worst thing you could have said. Shall not participate in this fight as I don't know enough Rust garbage collection that is. Okay, understood. This is just nonsense larking. Better is subjective, but I do agree. Kinda, yeah. I do think syntax matters to a certain degree, but that also depends on what you do. So for certain stuff, certain syntaxes will be better than others. Wait, don't insert stuff. Haskell syntax for the win. Don't add me. Haskell syntax is so strange. I mean, wait until we do ATS. You will hate ATS syntax with a passion, and I do too, but I think the language is worth it. Still, every practical programming language is garbage collected. Nah, we don't block URLs. Just keep it TOS. Mention Haskell one more time and Arctic Space Fox will be summoned. I think he has to study or something. Aren't they doing heaps now? Heaps of learning, that is. Okay, so Kagetomo, let's see, list of dependencies. Yeah. So... speaking of, I'm in lurking mode now, gotta study as well. Yeah, have fun lurking and have fun studying. What test do you have tomorrow? I doubt he thinks Haskell is a good language, we should ask him. Yeah, summon him. Haskell, Haskell, Haskell. Haskell has its problems. Let's leave it at that. So... what? Okay. Also, wasn't there a link somewhere? I mean, the good old thing, the old new thing. Everybody thinks about garbage collection the wrong way. That's way too much to read for now. I'm gonna read that off stream. I think I've already read it some time ago. So... I have love how the first version of Haskell had no I/O. You provided your input as an argument on the command line and your program returned the result. How it should be, right? Isn't that how every programming language is supposed to do? Turing completeness is overrated anyway. So what does substrate do? I've seen it trending on GitHub, but I don't really understand what it does. I'll get to that in a second. Was GC ever defined though? I think garbage collection is some abstraction that I think is still within reason, but of course it's better to avoid. Yeah, there are many developers who would disagree with that too. Like I said, it depends on the context. Everything depends on the context. Arctic likes Haskell, asked him about Discord, interesting. Like I said, Haskell has its problems, but it's a fine language. According to the article, Rust is GC'd. I mean, if you quit an application, it's gonna clean up anyway, so everything is GC'd kinda. Who needs IO anyway? It just adds bugs, true. IO and state. Plot spoiler, the description confuses the mechanism with the goal. It's like saying the job of a firefighter is driving a red truck and spraying water. That's a description of what a firefighter does, but it misses the point of the job, namely putting out the fires and more generally fire safety. Yes, I feel the same. My netcode is 100 times faster when I removed IO. Okay, also Arctic said, "Will stream Haskell today." Nice. Very nice. So, let's actually add the thing on crates. Just gonna take that. Oh, there was also a question about what substrate is. So let's move back to the tutorials. Create your first substrate chain. So the whole substrate thing is a framework to build your own your own blockchain running on Polkadot, for instance. Or it doesn't need to run on Polkadot. It can just run on its own as well. It's also the background information. So they just say, well, in the earlier times, if you wanted a blockchain, you basically would take the Bitcoin repository, fork it, change the things you want changed, and publish that as a chain. Nowadays with Polkadot, it's you can run multiple different blockchains all on one network, which is Polkadot. And the chains are called parachains because they can run in parallel probably. And Substrate makes it very easy to do a language like that, a blockchain like that. So it's a blockchain creation framework, kind of. By the way, when I'm saying to wide abstraction, I'm talking about runtime abstraction like a GC, but I don't care about compile time abstraction if it has no runtime impact, such as compiling hex to C++. Miss copy paste, sorry, Bloodsport 2. Garbage collection is simulating a computer with infinite amount of memory, the rest is mechanism. Yeah, seems nice. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, the thing is, sometimes there isn't the right technology to abstract that compile time. So I agree that if we could move all runtime abstractions to compile time, we should do that, as long as we can still use the abstraction. But there will be stuff which you just can't do at compile time, sadly, because it depends on runtime stuff. Not always, sometimes. Depends on the context. I still haven't added the thing, right? So let's copy that, go in here, go to our dependencies, go to our palettes, and just move it here where it kind of belongs. J-Turtle, thanks for the follow. How are you doing today? So where are my braces? Eddie Bear, also thanks for the follow. Here is my brace. Found it. Today I also typed in my password correctly on my new keyboard. But I still can't type. Where are my hands? Default stretch. Let's do stretch. Default features. If you have a magic program that you stick JS into and it spits out a binary which is close to C program speed-wise, then I wouldn't even mind people using JS for that. Aren't there certain things where JS... I think the JS, the JavaScript JIT compiler is insanely advanced. So if you're in a hot path, it can even be as fast or sometimes faster than hand implemented code. Default features. Is words per minute down by a lot? I mean, it wasn't the fastest typer anyway. But yeah. Version. I'm gonna do one. No worries. It's also 2.0.0. Can I spend points for monkey type? No, not now. I haven't done it. But we'll do monkey type. And you can see how bad it is. So let's go to monkey type. Okay. Gonna take a sip of my Giggle juice, which is still not available in the store. And I'm gonna write support tomorrow, so we can get new ones out. Okay. No. Wait. Let's restart. That was a that was way off. Heard rumors about next week. Yeah. After all the shame Toggle had to suffer today, I think it's fair for you to suffer too. I'm already suffering. No worries. There is no shame. I enjoy the embarrassment. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually start. This return comma switch type the crap. Where are my pipes? I have no idea where the pipes are. I'm lost. Just ignore that. Switch dot close. Yeah, so that's where it's at. Where is my pipe? Do it again. Wait, let me look up my pipe first. So no, not ergodocs. It's configure ergodocs. Yeah. So let's do Sonder 1. Where is my pipe? That's the C key. Holy crap. That's not nice to press. I think doing it twice is better. So you mean when I aborted the first try, didn't count as a try? Yeah, I'm gonna do it twice. So C is gonna be the pipe. Repeat it? Do we do the same thing again, or should I get another one? Same? Okay. C is pipe. C is pipe. C is pipe. Let's go. Return no comma no space cc space switch dot f close. That's the wrong button. Extern cpy dot. One word faster. If you disable Dark Reader for this site, you can see the errors better. But isn't that kind of cheating, Togglebit? Aren't you cheating your brain? Higher accuracy too? Yeah. Yeah, today I got a 20 words per minute too. So okay, let's continue with our blockchain because it's actually important that I learn about this. I added the pellets nick stuff and balances. Next again. That's Nix. Is weird anyway. 20 words per minute, let's go. Yeah, so the thing I'm doing is currently more important than learning to type fast. It's a bit more time sensitive now for me. The second line defines the default features of your runtime as standard. You can imagine each build with a similar configuration defined. Okay. That's fine. Standard, the standard feature is enabled for the runtime. Okay. I think that's actually quite cool. But you still need to write default features false everywhere. Fiskin AI with a rate of 26. That's... How are you doing? How was your stream? What did you stream? Are you a Rust streamer? Are you a blockchain streamer? Are you a streamer at all? Or do you just host people with 26 viewers or more? How's it going? Let's actually get some hype going. I just collect them? Yeah. Just broadcast a blank window or something like that for 2 hours, and when you get more than 20 viewers, you just raid other people just for the lulz. Yeah, I got it. I'm an ML streamer. Oh, that's very nice. So, OCaml or plain ML or machine learning? Yeah. Machine learning. Oh, I thought about ML languages first. Image and video stuff. That's cool. No one knows when people say ML these days. Yeah, strange world we live in. I have no idea. Yeah, we do have a parser, which parses three numbers into a color. And today the idea came up to use AI for text detection to get better to parse strings into colors. But yeah, got excited for ML languages. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but I have no idea about machine learning, so. Let's see. If you have any Rust questions, if you have any programming questions, if you have any blockchain questions, feel free to ask and I'll try to answer as good as I can, but I probably won't be able to answer too many blockchain questions because it's completely new to me. Almost completely. Somewhat new. What are you doing with images and video? What's a blockchain? It's a chain of blocks. No. Blockchain is a distributed hash table, basically, where makes sense, where you can basically just take data, which is a block, and push it onto the blockchain. So it's something like a distributed storage. And the first blockchain, the one that everybody knows, or I think that everybody knows, who is somewhat in the technical scene, is Bitcoin. And they use the technology just for coins. So you could mine it, you could get some, and then you could spend it to buy something. Yeah, cryptocurrencies. Nowadays, blockchains can also be used with smart contracts where you can run actual code on the blockchain. So you can do complete games on the blockchain, which is kind of cool. So what are you working on? We're working on clustering videos for research projects, finding context between scenes. Oh. I'm an ML critical, producing code that we don't understand, make decisions that matter to all of us. Somewhat alarming. True. Comes to pipe some time. Yes, be critical. I saw a technique for machine learning once, where I didn't find any papers on it. Maybe you know that. So instead of having a static machine learning framework, where just the neuron layers and the neuron weights changed, they had something that actually mutated the code. So each iteration, each learning iteration would produce new code until it got something that worked. And when it had the thing that worked, you could actually look at the C code that it produced. And and see how the AI actually solved the problem, which is kind of cool. But I think it's also really hard because you need to generate code for everything. Okay, so this is important to compile to both native binaries which support Rust standard and WASM binaries which do not. Understandable. The use of WASM runtime binaries is one of Substrate's defining features. It allows the runtime code to become a part of the blockchain's evolving state. It also means that the definition of the runtime itself is subject to the cryptographic consensus mechanism to ensure the security of the blockchain network. That's also something cool about Substrate. Cool. GPT-3 is a model that can produce code in a similar way. Sorry, front-end devs. Yeah, no need to be sorry for front-end devs. Nah, I'm kidding. So, I know about GPT-3 because of AI Dungeon, which you all should check out if you're over 18, because it produces some not under 18 stuff. Have a program that changes its own code to do something sounds dangerous, lol. Watch out, Terminator guys. Yeah, I mean it didn't change its own code, kinda. I think it was just based on machine learning, so it has a traditional machine learning in the backend, but instead of running an algorithm which uses that neuron data, it generates code out of that neuron data, which then will be run. Could you try to find that paper research result? That would be interesting. Yeah, have a good one, Fiskin. Thanks for joining. Thanks for rating. You're always welcome. If you have any Rust questions, like I said, hit me up. Just ask. Just ask away. Also check out Togglebit. Gonna do a shout out real quick. I hope that works now. So Togglebit. Yeah, check out Togglebit. He's also a good Rust streamer. And also thanks for the follows, Fiskan and the Tony Kano. Okay, so yeah, I can try to check it out. I can try to get the research stuff on that, but I have searched it once and didn't find it. So let's see if I can actually do that. So one thing that's also cool about Substrate is I got a high score of 75 words per minute monkey typing with Java language. Can you do better? No. Currently I cannot. I absolutely cannot. I type at 10 words per minute right now. So yeah, so one of the cool things is that the runtime of the chain, so the thing that's executed on the blockchain, is a binary WebAssembly blob that lives on the blockchain. So you can do something where you propose a change, like a new runtime, propose that to the chain, to all nodes, and they themselves can vote if they will want to upgrade to that or not. And if they have a majority, it will just get upgraded, and if not, the change gets rejected. So you can do something where multiple instances can try to push a runtime. Yeah, and everyone who collaborates on that will have to vote on that. Is there anything in specific you want to do with blockchain, or is it just random playing around? It's neither the one nor the other. I have a technical interview coming up, and I have to work with this technology. That's part one. Part two is I think it's interesting. And if I like it, so right now, you can do, let's do it in this chat, it will be a bit easier. You can do points. Yeah, so right now you can do points, which gives you some random number. I mean, it's not random, it's stored somewhere, but it gives you a number based on how much you chat. And I already was thinking about collaborating with other streamers on that. So the idea was something like a certain few selected streamers where you can, where if you watch one, you can take your points you gathered on that one stream to another stream and spend them there as well. Can you disclose reviewer information? What I do not understand what you mean with that. Yeah, so just like if ToggleBit wants to collaborate on that, we could connect our bots in a way that thanks for the follow, Mr. Halsey. So that if you like my stream and you watch me, and the next day you're gonna go to Toggle's stream and watch him, you could use the points collected on both channels. That was the original idea. Now I'm thinking about maybe just push the whole thing to the blockchain, but I'll have to look into that because I don't want proof of work. Because proof of work just wastes electricity for stuff like that. Yeah, kind of like crypto channel points. Yeah. That's the new idea. So the first idea was just have a database, proof of flop. I mean, if we require proof of flop, if we require proof of flop, you already have infinite points and there is no use because of inflation. It's not worth anything. The interview you're practicing for, that's for a company, corporation, organization. I can't even close who this is. No worries if you cannot. I can, but I won't. So, like I said, I'm currently invited to the technical interview. I'm looking forward to that. And once everything's done, I'm not only gonna announce it, I'm probably also gonna stream the work I'm doing, or some of the work I'm doing, because some parts of it are open source. So let's see how that goes. Would be cool. Okay. So we actually added that. Already read that. The usage of WASM runtimes enables one of Substrate's most innovative features, 4 classes runtime upgrades, which means the Substrate blockchain nodes can stay up to date and even acquire new features without needing to be replaced with an updated application binary. That's insanely cool. To see how the standard and no standard features are actually used in runtime code, we can open a project file runtime source librs. So that was not the wrong button. That was not the correct button. Wow. When do you have to interview? So today I'm gonna review everything, and then I'll send a time frame on how long I'll take to prepare. Runtime, not lib, source. But I want to do it next week, Tuesday or Wednesday, hopefully. So that will be the thing which I think is best for me. But let's see. Okay, make the WASM binary available. We have that. Construct runtime does a lot of recursion. Requires us to increase the limit to 256. That's okay. How many lines are there? 480. Okay. Can you use us for reference then? I just do the whole technical interview over Twitch. He's great. I have lots of channel points there. Oh. Yeah, it would be cool if it worked like that. So just a higher channel point event where you can spend the channel points to hire me and stuff like that, or spend channel points to get hired. Okay. You can see that at the top of the file we defined that we will use no standard when we are not using the standard feature. Makes sense. A few lines lower, you can see config feature is standard. Okay, so we include the Western binary Rust if it's standard. When we have to set it. Okay, that was the wrong button again. Can you play a round of monkey type with Java as a language? I'm curious how much words per minute you'll get. I can do that, yeah. So monkey type. C is pipe. Remember that. So change language Java. Which Java? I'm kidding. Okay. So a long native class. That's one too many. Default, comma, for switch. Bracket here. Space append build. Wow, that's gonna be so slow. Protect dot 17. I improved. Remember to do 2 now. It's pushing me. Weird, I got 50 words and no punctuation or braces. You need to enable them. So you can press the same twice. So to repeat, or another one. Yeah, same twice. Okay. So you can press escape twice, and then you can type the settings you want to change. And then you can just type language and change the language, or you can do toggle, and it will show you to toggle stuff, because everything needs to be toggleable. So long space native dot class default. No, default for switch dot brace append build protect the dot 17. Yeah, same twice. You practice the brackets. Okay, the thing is, I got a lot more consistent though, which is good. Let's go to my layout again. The one thing I changed. So this button is my symbol button. You need to look at word per minutes and accuracy. Yeah, 48 words with 90 accuracy. That's nice. It's really good. So yeah, so I moved my Windows button up. Did the type racer with some people in chat this morning. You can guess how that went. You were first. No. So I moved my Windows button up because I need it very often. Here is my mouse button, the free stuff here. This is where I can use the keyboard mouse. And this button just toggles to layer 2. If I'm on layer 2, that's the thing I changed. That's my home row. So I just have my normal parentheses here. On top, I have those bracket thingies. I don't know how they're called. The square brackets. And below, I have the normal braces. So they're all in reach from my right hand. I could never get used to that. I mean, you got used to typing the way you type right now. It's just training and doing it over and over again. Because if you started with Dvorak, you would have probably have problems with QWERTY or QWERTZ. And if you start with a completely custom layout, then, or if you start with a split keyboard, then you would have problems with a normal keyboard probably. It's just what you're used to. But yeah, it really flops your brain around. So the first day is speaking of Tommy Luca changed at work now. Yeah, I've read that. And I think that's even more confusing than the whole keyboard switching thing. Gonna go have dinner. I'll try to swing by later if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna stream a bit longer today because I need to get this done. So yeah, guess he would be here if he could just figure out how to enter the URL. Can someone send him the URL so he just needs to click it? Hey, we already read. Oh, I wanted to check out what that is. Have I changed? No, I have not changed something. Feature standard. Could not resolve macro self include. Is that a nightly thing? Is it the nightly thing which is complaining now? Can I open that? Trying to get things done on stream, yeah. Can't find. Okay. Let's open runtime source. No. Runtime. What? Oh, I have to find something to eat and put the child to bed back later. Yeah, just don't confuse the two. Don't eat your child and put the food to bed. I have no idea why that doesn't work. Okay, let's find dot name. Where's I pressed escape again. Find dot name. Where's binary was it? Binary dot rs. Think. Oh. What? Oh, I pressed this wrong thing again. That's the thing I hate the most about learning a new keyboard. Okay, let's take that. Do :E. Oh, so it's just the binary includes. Okay. Just ignore that. So importing the Nix palette crate. Okay, now that we've covered the basics of crate features, we can actually import the Nix palette. I already did that. So thanks for explaining, but I already did that. Okay, so we added that. We did the standard thing. If you forgot to set the feature when building your native binaries, you will get errors like not found in sandbox. Cannot find function memory teardown in sandbox. Okay. Before moving on, check the dependency resolved correctly by running skip wasm build. Okay. Can I do it just like that? That was insanely fast. Okay. Configure the next palette. Let's do that. Every palette has a component called trait that is used for configuration. This component is a Rust trait. Traits in Rust are similar to interfaces in languages such as C++, Java, and Go. Frame developers must implement this trait for each palette. Or you know what? Before I start the configuration, I'm gonna take a short bathroom break and get some water. And once that's done, we'll continue with configuring. So be right back. And I'm back. Demilux, thanks for the follow. Hey, Hollowed. How are you doing? Get the camera going. So? Why is that? Haven't been able to do much last weeks. Oh. Yeah, it's understandable. Does a sub make it better? Now you can use the emotes. So you haven't spent any time on your game, right? I was already using them. Yeah, you were using them, but you can't see them. So you need to see them. Also, have you seen how the Bob champ actually looks? Oh yes, you can see them. Well, Bob champ is hype. Also, full credit to Arctic Space Fox, who might be streaming now. Let's check out if he is. Hey, random stream just starts playing. Oh, so he isn't streaming right now. Okay, I hope we catch him, because I want to raid him today. Okay, continue with this stuff. Every palette has a component called trait. I already read that. This component is a Rust trait. Traits in Rust are similar to interfaces in languages such as C++, Java, and Go. Frame developers must implement this trait for each palette they would like to include in a runtime in order to configure that palette with the parameters and types that it needs from the outer runtime. For instance, in the template palette that is included in the node template, you will see the following trait configuration. Pub trait, frame system trait. Okay, configure the palette by specifying parameters and types on which it depends. Okay, makes sense. Because this palette emits events, it depends on the runtime's definition of an event. That's the frame system stuff. Understandable? Yeah, quite understandable, yeah. Type event from event self into self as straight event. So we have a type event which is convertible from an event and into an event, I think. As the comment states, we're using the event type of the trait configuration trait in order to allow the template module palette to emit type event that is compatible with the outer runtime. Okay, that makes sense. The trait configuration trait may also be used to tune parameters that control the resources required to interact with a palette, or even to limit the resources of the runtime that the palette may consume. You will see examples of both such cases below when you implement the trait configuration trait with the Nix palette, okay? So the palettes define traits for configuration, and the runtime needs to implement those traits for it to work, if I understand that correctly. To figure out what you need to implement for the traits palettes specifically, you can take a look at the palette Nix trait documentation or the definition of the trait itself in the source code of the Nix palette. Okay, let's open the documentation. Great, so we have type event, type currency is a reservable currency, reservation fees, slash, what do you do with slashed funds? Whatever slashed funds are, Let's Google that. Substrate slashed funds. Okay, imbalance is used when tokens are burned or minted. In order to execute imbalance, implement the on unbalanced trade. In this palette, a specific amount of funds will be slashed from an account and award a specific amount of funds to that specific account. What? This palette, a specific amount of funds will be slashed from an account. Okay. Can someone explain that to me? SW. The staking module, I don't fully understand it myself. Okay. Have you done something with blockchain stuff? Oh, so there is terminology defined. That's good. The process of staking. Nope. Okay. The process of locking up funds for some time, placing them at risk of slashing loss in order to become a rewarded maintainer of the network. Validating the process of running a node to actively maintain the network, either by producing blocks or guaranteeing finality of the chain. Nominating the process of placing staked funds behind one or more validators in order to share in any reward and punishment they take. Stash account, the account holding an owner's funds used for staking. Controller account, the account that controls an owner's funds for staking. So the stash account holds the funds, the controller account controls the funds, if I see that correctly. Error, a whole number of sessions, which is the period that the validator set, and each validator's active nominator set? What? Okay. Which is the period that the validator set, is recalculated and where rewards are paid out. The punishment of a staker by reducing its funds. Okay. Staking module is the means by which a set of network maintainers known as authorities in some contexts and validators in others are chosen based upon those who voluntarily place funds under deposit. Under deposit, those funds are rewarded under normal operation, but are held at pain of expropriation should the staked maintainer be found not to be discharging its duties properly. Wow, what a sentence. Do you know what blockchains are? Or do you want to primer on that? The staking system in Substrate NPOS is designed to make the following possible. Stake funds that are controlled by a cold wallet, whatever a cold wallet is. Cold wallet. Is there something not in German? I hate that. Okay. So basically a cold wallet is a crypto wallet which is not connected to the internet. Withdraw some or deposit more funds without interrupting the role of an entity, whatever that means. Switch between roles, nominate a validator idle with minimal overhead. So that's the goals of the palette staking. Scenarios, staking. Almost any interaction with the staking module requires a process of bonding, also known as being a staker. To become bonded, a fund holding account known as the stash account, which holds some or all of the funds that become frozen in place as part of the staking process, is paired with an active controller account, which issues instructions on how they shall be used. An account pair can become bonded using the bond call. My name's Bond, James Bond, no. Stash accounts can change their associated controller using the set controller call. Who initiates the bonding? Does the controller? No. So if they become bonded with the bond call, why do I need a set controller? Can't I just unbond and rebond? Okay. Can I click one of those? What does bond and bond? Take the original account as a stash and lock up value of its balance. Controller will be the account that controls it. Value must be more than minimum balance specified by T currency. The dispatch origin of this call must be signed by the stash account. Emits bonded. That's fine. Set controller. Reset the controller of the stash. Effects will be felt at the beginning of the next era. The dispatch origin for this call must be signed. Okay, I don't understand that. I do not understand that completely. Or I understand what it's telling me, but I don't understand the interplay between those two. So I need to look that up later on. There are 3 possible roles that any state account pair can be in. Validator, nominator, idle, defined in staker status. There are 3 corresponding instructions to change between roles, namely validate, nominate, and chill. Oh, wow. Okay. Declares no desire to either validate or nominate. So that's what Netflix and chill means. Okay. Validating. A validator takes the role of either validate blocks to ensure the finality, maintaining the veracity of the network. Sorry for just translating stuff. Okay. What? No, don't store that. Remove bookmark. I don't need a bookmark for that. A validator should avoid both any sort of malicious misbehavior and going offline. Bonded accounts that state interest in being a validator do not get immediately chosen as a validator. Instead, they are declared as a candidate and they might get elected the next era as a validator. The result of the election is determined by nominators and their votes. So validators are responsible for validating stuff on the blockchain. Nominators are responsible for nominating validators. An account can become a validator candidate with a validate call. Makes sense. Everyone with me so far? Nomination. A nominator does not take any direct role in maintaining the network. Instead, it votes on a set of validators to be elected. Hope so. Yeah, if you have questions, please ask. It's understand blockchains generally. Okay. Yeah, so if you have any questions about anything at all on what I'm just reading or what I'm implementing, please ask, because it also helps my understanding if I need to explain it. Naren Online, thanks for the follow. How are you doing today? Are you a Rust developer? Do you have interest in blockchain technology? Fine. That's good. So, a nominator does, we already read that. Instead, it votes on a set of validators to be elected. Once interest in nomination is stated by an account, takes effect at the next election round. The funds in the nominator's stash account indicate the weight of its vote. You're from France. Oh, that's very nice. Weight of its vote. Both the rewards and any punishment that a validator earns are shared between the validator and its nominators. This rule incentivizes the nominators to not vote for the misbehaving offline validators as much as possible, simply because the nominators will also lose funds if they vote poorly. Okay, let me read it again. The funds in the nominator's stash account indicate the weight of its vote. Yes, I have interest. I'm a dev, mostly Python, C#. Oh, that's cool. How long are you have you been developing for? How long are you a developer? Do you do it professionally or just as a hobby? Stash account indicate the weight of its vote. So that means the more money I have. 6 years mainly, yes, pro. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So I'm today substrate. Yeah. I need to learn substrate in the next few days. I want to learn. I need to learn both of them. Yeah, so I'm professionally programming for I think 8 years now, and I started programming 16 years ago, actually. So quite a long time. Back to the substrate. Funds in the numerator. Okay. The more money you have, the bigger your vote. I got that. Both the rewards and any punishment that the validator earns are shared between the validator and its nominators. Okay, so if I'm a nominator and I nominate you as a candidate and you get elected, and then you misbehave, I lose funds. Makes sense. So nominators will be incentivized to not vote for bad actors. That's clear. Okay, rewards and slash. The reward and slashing procedure is the core of staking voter. Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, you know substrate? Because almost everyone who joined today didn't know what substrate actually was. So some of the people have heard of it. I don't. Okay. So substrate is basically... So you heard of it, okay. Substrate is basically a framework to create a blockchain based on Rust. So you can create a custom blockchain in days instead of months of work. And it provides everything you need to run your blockchain. It's also compatible with Polkadot. So you can run it on the Polkadot parachain as a Polkadot parachain, yeah. And that means that you can actually transfer crypto tokens or crypto coins from one chain to another. To do some LBRI magic. What's LBRI? LBRY. So what are you trying to track with this blockchain? 100 freedom. Credits. A blockchain-based digital content protocol containing a digital library of content such as yeah, something like that. You could do something like that. Yeah, I saw that. It's really crazy on threads. It's an alternative to YouTube. Oh, yeah, I'll have to look that up. What I'm trying to track with this blockchain. Currently, I'm just learning, and one idea is to use the points that the bot gives. So right now, if you do exclamation mark, I can't type. Exclamation mark points. Hello, bot? Did it disconnect my Vim plugin? Oh. It's probably because no, it just doesn't do the thing. Okay. So yeah, but if you do exclamation mark points, you will see that you get actually points for chatting. And one idea was to move the points to the to a blockchain and share that with other streamers, so that you can actually take your points you earned on my stream to another stream and use them there. Peer-to-peer video, blockchain based, plus content rewards based on crypto LBC. That sounds interesting. They use tree logic to reference video item instead of linear blockchain structure, meaning you can seed one video without downloading the whole blockchain. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Rewards and slash. The reward and slash procedure is the core of the staking module, attempting to embrace valid behavior while punishing any misbehavior or lack of availability. Rewards must be claimed for each era before it gets too old by history depth, okay, using the payout stakers call. Any account can call payout stakers, which pays the reward to the validator as well as its nominators. Only the config max nominator reward per validator biggest staker can claim the reward. This is to limit the IO cost to mutate storage for each nominator's account. What? Hey Fluffy! Okay, let me reread. Any account can call payout stakers, which pays the reward to the validator as well as its nominators. So max nominator reward per validator. Biggest stakers can claim the reward. I don't understand this sentence. I really don't know what they're trying to tell me here. Any account only the config max nominator rewarded. Oh, only the X biggest stakers can claim the reward. Got it. I only read the title of today's stream now. Had no idea we're gonna do blockchain today. I am. The idea of a shareable bot that accesses the same point system is interesting. I know most Discord bots follow that method too. Yeah, with Discord bots, it's I mean, we could do the same thing like the Discord bots do, which is I could just host my bot and let my bot join multiple channels. The thing is, I want a system where you can either use the bot I'm doing as is, or you can use your own bot with your own comments, with your own whatever you want to do, and can integrate that pretty easily into a system to share points. So Discord bots isn't blockchain. That's true, yeah. Yeah, this Discord bots, there are basically two ways. Either you have one bot, which connects to multiple Discord servers, or you have a database somewhere, which collects all the points. Slashing can occur at any point in time once misbehavior is reported. Once slashing is determined, a value is deducted from the balance of the validator and all the nominators who voted for this validator. Values are deducted from the stash account of the slashed entity. I'm not quite sure what that means, but let's read on. Slashing logic is further described in the documentation of slashing module. Similar to slashing, rewards are also shared among a validator and associated nominators, yet the reward funds are not always transferred to the stash account and can be configured. Okay, makes sense. Chilling. Finally, any of the roles above can choose to step back temporarily and just chill for a while. Huh. This means that if they are a nominator, they will not be considered as voters anymore, and if they are validators, they will no longer be a candidate for the next election. Account can step back via the chill call. Okay. I've written a super basic bot before that just detected when some mean words were said, and it would reply, no bully. Nice. I mean, we should do bad word detection. Bad word being Python, JavaScript. No. Can step back with a chill call. Session managing. The module implement. Sexy arms. Thanks for the follow. I approve. Comma. Okay, let me check something real quick. Okay, so we have more than 200 followers now. I don't know how we did that, but we did, so... Oh, I can't. Let's reopen. And... hope that works now. Get some hype going. Yes! Oh, I need to... I just saw that there's something I need to do. Where is my tilde? I have no idea where my symbols are. Configure. Copy this. So AC. Where's the tilde? V. Besides C. Okay, got it. Left bottom. Yeah. So I do kinda love the whole layer stuff. It's really cool. So it's in the config. And we'll just add a champ here. Gonna write that. Gonna close that buffer. Steep learning curve, yeah. Okay, small detour. Things that confuse me the most. That might be different for everyone else. The B is actually on the left side. I have never typed the B with my left hand in my entire life, I think. Or at least it feels that way. Also, the 6 is on the right side, which I also can't comprehend. So every time I want to try type a 6, I'm typing a 5. And every time I want to type a B, I'm typing an N or a greater than sign. That's the one thing that's strange and messing me up. The next thing is, this is space, this is backspace. And my hand sometimes naturally gravitates towards the second button, which is backspace, and I start deleting stuff, which I don't want. Yes, stuff I just recently switched around is, that's my Windows key now, which I use for switching between desktops and i3 stuff. And this is the mouse layer. So I can, I'm not using my mouse right now, I'm just pressing the mouse layer button. And if I'm pressing I, my mouse moves upward. If I'm pressing K, my mouse moves downward. So that's pretty cool for small stuff. But I turned it down so it's actually usable for me. Yeah, also enter. So here is tab and enter. Here's the delete key, which I almost never use. Hope I don't offend anyone with the normal letters. No. Try to put some of the special characters in the left, right. In the left, right, next to tab, for example. And have a more even spread of the normal letters. Oh, you mean here? Backspace not being in the top right is freaky. Yeah. But I need the place for my umlauts. So there is almost no reason for me to type them, but I do need them. Could push. B to the right. The thing is, okay, so this button here, okay? As long as I keep this button pressed, I'm switching to layer 2 or Sonder 1. And this is my layer 2. Everything you need for programming is on there. So that's home row. Directly on the home row you have your parents, not your parents, your parents, your square brackets, your normal brackets, parentheses, yes. So I do have some keys, some keys I have more than twice, because that's I already got the layout in the. It was already a bit strange when I started editing it, and it got even stranger while editing it. So there's angle brackets. Here are angle brackets, and here are angle brackets. So I don't know why this one are here. I think I made them because I thought it was cool, but they're very badly reachable because they're in the middle of those three. These were here since the beginning, and those I added as well for indentation. So in Vim, if you press the right arrow, the bigger than sign, you indent, and if you press the less than sign, you dedent. So I can, that's also base layer, I can just move to the left and indent, and move to the left up and dedent, which is kind of cool. So yeah, also because it's a German layout, all of those, so like if I press Shift 7, it still has a normal slash. If I press Shift 8, it's still parentheses. So I can still use those. Also, there's a minus here, so more duplicate keys. Then there's this layer which I do not use. And with do not use is the only time I activate this layer is if I need to press F4, which I need to actually turn off my PC, because, and I hope I don't press the wrong thing, if I enable that layer and do Shift Win F4, there is a shutdown message on top. And if I would press enter now, that would just shut down my PC. If I press escape, it doesn't. That's my shutdown menu. So I only use that layer for that. Also, the light you see is, if I'm in that layer, it has a background red. If you're in that layer, it's a background green. And there's my mouse layer, which is a background blue. Yeah, so that's basically what my mouse layer does. These keys I moved to where my thumb are, so I don't need to move my index finger up. And I can just press left mouse button with my thumb, right mouse button with my pinky finger, and use J, K, L, and I to move my mouse around, which I think is kind of cool. Yeah, so that's all the layers that I have. Oh, that's also something cool. That's the one-shot layer. So you press the button, and then it switches to the special characters. And once I press one button on this layer, it changes back. Which I thought was pretty cool, because most of the time you only need to press it once. But I switched to the holding stuff. Oh, here, to the holding stuff. Yeah. TMI? Why is that TMI? I know what TMI means, but why is that TMI? That's what I don't understand. Object event. Don't you want to know everything about my keyboard layouts, Fluffy? Can't remember all of that. Oh, that's what you mean. Too much information to remember. No, normally the TMI is... I normally hear the TMI stuff if you talk about something gross. And someone says, well, that's too much info, don't want to hear that. So that's why I was confused. Okay, where were we actually? Staking. The module implements the trade session manager, which is the only API to query new validator set and allowing this validator set to be rewarded once the error is ended. Okay. I do not think I actually need this. Why did I look that up? Oh, because I wanted to know what slashing is. Makes sense, makes sense. So. On the runtime, the trade configuration, I already read that. I already read that as well. Oh, because it's here, slash. What to do with slash funds. Okay, force origin. The origin which may forcibly set or remove a name. Okay, root can always do this. No, okay, understood. Min length, the min length for name may be, the max length for name may be. Okay. Okay, so I read the source. So yeah, that's basically the same that I just read. Just like we use the balances palette as a template for importing the Nix palette, let's use the balances palette as an example to help us understand how we can implement the trade interface for the Nix palette. A palette basically is a runtime module, which you can just plug into the blockchain and implement there. So, you will notice that this implementation consists of two parts, a parameter types block, where constant values are defined, and an input block where the types and values defined by the trade interface are configured. This code block has also been annotated with additional comments that should be sure to read. That you should be sure to read, okay. So parameter types, the U128 constant value 500 is aliased to a type named existential deposit, a heuristic that is used for weight estimation, max lux. Okay. Oh, that's the balances stuff. Okay. So the previously defined parameter type is used as a configuration parameter. The max lux is max lux. Okay. The balance that appears after the equal sign is an alias for the U128 type. Balance is fine. The empty value is used to specify a no op callback function, dust removal. Should have called it vacuum. Haha, like in SQLite. The previously defined parameter type is used as a configuration parameter. The existential deposit is existential deposit. So that's the stuff on top with the 500. Okay. I think the existential deposit is the minimum deposit you need to make for stuff to exist. Let's Google that as well. Existential deposit. Can we not get German information, please? Should I think I should just change to DuckDuckGo instead. Okay, everyone, just don't look at the screen right now. It's gonna be white for a second. DuckDuckGo. Yeah, please shut your eyes. Okay. We're in Dark Reader again. You can watch, you can look. That's the wrong button. That's Control V. No, that's Control V. Enter. Are your eyes open again? I told you to shut your eyes. That's what you get for not listening. Oh, the pink is bad. On the Polkadot network, an address is only active when it holds a minimum amount currently set at 1 dot. This minimum amount, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. So if you have less than the specified amount, your account technically, no, not technically, your account technically exists, but it has not enough funds to practically exist. So it's the same as in the real world. So if you don't have enough funds, you technically still exist, but practically you don't. Dust accounts are accounts with very little funds, generally less than the amount needed to conduct the transaction. Too many dust accounts add unnecessary data to the blockchain, which would make it difficult for full nodes to sync with the network, since every full node has a complete copy of the blockchain. Okay. If an account drops below the existential deposit, the account is deactivated, reaped, and its funds are destroyed. The address can only be reused by reactivating it with a new deposit over the minimum amount. This will not restore the destroyed funds. Okay, so if 500 is my minimum and I move to fall down to 499, my 499 will be gone and my account will be deactivated until I reactivate it by adding at least 500 funds to it. Is that right? I think it's right. What to pay attention to? Yeah, I don't care about that. Next. Account store. The frame runtime system is used to track the accounts that hold balances. Account store system. I don't know what that means. The weight information is supplied to the balances palette by the nodes. No templates runtime. Okay. No weight information. Got it. The ubiquitous event type. So let's see. The impl. I still get confused when either my bot or Pretzel Rocks types something in chat, and I think someone of you shouts at me because I've read something wrong or said something wrong. The impl balances trade block allows runtime developers that are including the balances palette in their runtime to configure types and parameters that are specified by the balances palette trade configuration trade. For example, the impl block above configures the balances palette to use the U128 type to track balances. If you were developing a chain where it was important to optimize storage, you could use any unsigned integer type that was at least 32 bits in size. This is because the balance type for the balances palette trade configuration trade is bounded by the at least 32-bit unsigned trade. Okay, makes sense. I'll start formatting my messages like Pretzel Rocks for the extra confusion. Yeah, just paste the link at the end of every message. By the way, Fluffy, why are you not streaming? Hey, Engineer One, how are you doing? I hope everything is fine. Yep. Oh, yep, for the link things. Just... Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, just learning a bit about substrate, blockchain stuff. Just made that question. What do you mean? Did I... Oh, why aren't you streaming? Okay. Ah, he's a friend of yours. Okay. Now you doxed his internet persona. Now I know you're related, you're friends. Got it. No, we're in voice chat and just asked him lol. Yeah, good timing, right? So, Fluffy, why aren't you streaming? You could do some Objective C stuff. Make us all feel the pain with you. I have no time at this time. Sounds like an excuse to... No, I'm kidding. I know you don't have time. Twitch loves drama. Yeah. Just stream yourself studying, right? Just open a book and read from the book. Do a reading stream. Twitch does... Not gonna read that. Yeah, do Twitch does university. Make that a stream. There's a lot of truth to that. I mean, I'm trying to get reverse fat now. So I got fat in the last year. And now I'm trying to do the reverse, but food is just too delicious. Can't help it. Okay, now that you feel your pain, just play a uni reverse card. True. It's hard with the lockdown. Yeah. I mean, I did start to gain weight way before the lockdown started and was way into my 90s from the kilograms. And it only got worse with the lockdown. Sid for the win. Thanks for the follow. How are you today? Did you have a fine day? I hate CSS. Everybody does. Well, why do you hate CSS? Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I have Crohn's disease. So like 4 years ago, I was down to 60 kilogram. For all the Americans, I don't know what that is in pounds, but it's not much. Yeah, and I was way underweight. And when I started treatment for my Crohn's, I actually gained weight and already was above 100 kilograms. So now I'm at a low 90 again, currently, I think. Probably, maybe more, probably more. Been there? Yeah. Yeah, all good. Found you from the crafting interpreter stream. Oh, very cool. So are you from YouTube or did you watch me on Twitch here? Weird stuff and it gets worse if you test the stuff in a different browser. Well, on Twitch. Okay, got it. So there's a solution for that, Megafox, which is don't test in different browsers. Yeah, we do have a Discord, so if you want to talk about something, the Discord is completely free. We also host Rustation. Let's see if we can find that. Station, Discord. Here we have it. So you can just send an exec command and Rustation will run the code for you in a Docker container. So if you want to try some code out, it's quite nice to not need to install anything. That scrolling was smooth as... You mean in the browser? Oh, that's scrolling. Yeah, I'm scrolling with JK. I have a billion add-ons installed, and one of them is Vimium. So if you use Vimium, you can use Vim keys to move up and down. Manjaro, I have free gaps, yeah. So I can do stuff like that. Also, there is... Okay. Come on, do what I want. Yeah, I used this pork. Used to tinker with i3 a couple of years ago. I mean, I'm only a Linux user for what, 1.5 months now. I use Vim and Linux for about a month and a week or something, a month and 2 weeks. Before that, I was Windows only, no Vim, just Visual Studio. Space Fox! How's my favorite Space Fox doing? I heard you like Haskell. Get some hype. No, wait. Don't touch. Oh, it already changed. Okay. Fluffy with the tier 1 gift. How very, very nice and kind of you. Yeah, so the hype is now an actual Bob champ. So, Fluffy's gift master. Yeah. Hype champ, yes. The one and only reason to subscribe to this channel is to get the Bob champ going. The superior pork champ. If you want to know why it's superior, you need to subscribe first. No. It's superior because it doesn't change every day, so you know what you get. And it's designed and created by the most amazing artist that ever worked for me. Yeah. Fluffy's gift master. Okay. Hello, how far along are you with the substrate thing? I'm still at adding a palette to the whole thing and still getting distracted by everyone. But we did a few things, and yeah, mostly reading documentation, getting to know stuff, what a validator is, what was the other one? A nominator is, so that nominators are people who nominate other accounts to become validator. The validator validates the blockchain. If the validator behaves correctly, they get rewarded. If they don't behave correctly, they get they lose money basically. And if a validator receives a reward or a punishment, the nominator which nominated the validator also receives a punishment. What would be a use case for substrate? Like if you want to create your own token. Okay, let's start with the basic use case first. You could do your own economy with your own coins and do trading stuff with that. That's the basic thing where blockchains basically started. And you could say, okay, I'm making a new coin and try to sell that. That's the one thing. But that's boring, if you ask me. The more advanced stuff is you can nowadays run applications on the blockchain and have something like smart contracts, where you would, for instance, you could create tokens that signify ownership to physical stuff, and if you trade them, the person who bought them will have the token to verify that they now own the stuff you sold, which is something which could be cool in the future. There's also some things you can do, like creating voting systems with blockchain-based voting systems, which are cryptographically secure. And we are probably going to move our point system, which you now can do !points, hopefully. And I want to move that to the blockchain. So if another streamer wants to collaborate, we can actually use the same points. But it's not necessary, but it's kind of fun to do it like that. Yep. Okay, so thanks for the follow, not so smart contract. Not so smart contract subscribing while I'm talking about smart contracts is kind of pork. It's kind of Bob Champ, if you ask me. So, hi, how are you? How are you doing? This was perfect timing. So, are you interested in blockchains, in Rust, in both, in none of the above? Do you just want to hear a German-sounding streamer babble about blockchain stuff? Or do you just like the music? Ooh, Megaforks! The conversion to the tier 1 sub. That's very cool. I'm very interested in blockchain and DeFi. Yeah, I need to look up DeFi stuff. So I'm currently starting out with the whole blockchain thing. I obviously know what blockchains are. Holy crap, Megaforks! 10 tier 1 gift subs. Wow, thank you very much. Yeah, that's insane. Wait, we do have a hype train? What? What is happening? I need Java. What a cool name. Yeah, everyone should type BobChamp for to show some love for Megaforks. Let's get some BobChamp hype going. Let's get the list. How dare he surpass me? Okay, so thanks for the gift sub to Sanas, Arctic Space Fox, who wasn't subscribed. No, it's fine. Garrett Hubble, Draculenta, Beaconbot, Mobile Pet, Stupak, I Need Java, Eddie Bear, T-Clipper. Insane. Challenge accepted. It's on. Thanks for the follow, Rust Junior 08. It's still going. We still do have the alerts going. I hope you like the Mario alerts thing. It's because, and Sishan, thanks for the follow. It's because I was actually a Super Mario World streamer, and I do still stream every second week Super Mario World. Yeah, so that's why the the animated Yoshi is there. But we will get an animated Bob. We will get an animated Bob the Geagle going. It's still going. Yes, these are our emotes on the bottom, which you now can all enjoy. We also have our own PogChamp, which is called BobChamp. Use that everywhere, please. Spread the BobChamp hype. So, not so smart contract. I'm kind of new to backend though. Okay, I'm very interested in blockchain. Okay, back to that. Yeah, so I'm expecting a Witchbox 2.0, which is blockchain based, and so that every streamer gets an alert when I get a new follow and or a new subscribe. That would be very cool. No. Yeah, if you want to learn with us, this is the place you want to be probably. I'm already Rust programmer, so Megaforks will start sharing the hype. Yeah, I'm already Rust programmer, so I'm programming Rust for 2 or 3 years now. In my free time, I'm currently doing a bit Rust for work. And I will try to transition to a Rust job in the future somewhere. And yeah, let's continue learning. Now that you have an idea of the purpose behind the trade configuration trade and how you can implement a frame palettes trade interface for your runtime, let's implement the trade configuration for the Nix palette. Add the following code to runtime source lib. Okay, let's open that. Goddamn, macOS is boring, can hold E for multiple input. I mean, couldn't you just write a macro for that? Oh wait, did you order your ergodox? Did you order the Moonlander? Because let's open that again. I know I'm jumping. Not sin. No, can't yet. Configure. Need to help my parents with something financially. Yeah, that's understandable. So, let's do the E. You could actually just do a macro which does multiple keys instead. Are you familiar with Solidity, or is this your first attempt at blockchain? I tried to build something with blockchains 2 or 3 years ago. And I think it might have been Solidity. I don't know for sure. But I think there was a problem with that. Either it didn't compile or it didn't run the way I wanted to. And then I needed to do other stuff, and I've just forgotten about it. So this is basically my first. It's not technically my first attempt, but practically it's my first attempt. So I've never done a full blockchain, so everything is kind of new, even though I know some of the stuff. So that's why I said if you're here for learning, we can learn together. So runtime source lib. Mod opaque. So that's the parameter types. Are there multiple? Oh, you can do multiple of those. Okay. So let's go to grandpa. Let's yeah, I think it was after grandpa. Add the following code. I don't know Rust. Is it a must for substrate, or is there support for other languages? The backend, I think for the backend you need to know Rust. But you can do front-end stuff. So you can do apps, I think, that interact with the blockchain in other languages. But you need Rust if you want to do your own blockchain. Which languages do you know? Because if you know something like C++, switching to Rust isn't that hard. If you just know something like JavaScript, it might be a bit harder. Python and JS, yeah. So the first thing is probably the type system, which you need to get used to. And there are also some security features in Rust, which I do see as a plus. I think we talked about it today on Togglebit stream. So Rust is basically your pair programming partner who tells you when you do something unsafe. That's Rust. It also has some cool features and some high-level features, so you actually can do pretty high-level stuff. I've done C++ in college. Yeah, give it a try. Give it a try. I think it's quite a pleasant language. Keyboard. Do what I want, not what I type. Oh, thank you. My sub just ran out. Yeah, perfect timing, right? So, yeah, just try it. If you want, we can do... We can do a Rust basic stream someday where I can show off a few things. I want to do teaching I wanted to want to teach people how to program, but I'm not there yet. So I need to learn many things before that. But oh, mouse. That was way too far. Using the keyboard as a mouse is strange. Let me tell you that. So is... Okay. So let's go here. Let's Control V. Oh, you know what? Let's do that real quick. So there is, if you want to learn Rust, there are a few things. There is the Rust book. Sorry for my slow typing, I have a new keyboard. If you want to know what keyboard I have, type !keyboard. I should actually link that. So, yeah, so there is the book. It's the wrong. What? Well, that shouldn't happen. Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, let me fix that first. We can't go on without that. It's not VI, it's VC. Paranoid bot, yeah. So we have our Vim. No, our config Vim. No, I want to change the bot. What am I doing? Hardbot config. So let's change that to BobChamp. Yes. Let's get the keyboard going as well. Keyboard. Liner is using an ergodox easy, and he will paste. He will just paste the keyboard stuff. Control C. Yes, that's my keyboard, just in black. Split keyboard. Today's Thursday. Arrived yesterday, so sorry for for not knowing how to type properly. It's gonna get better soon, hopefully. Okay, let's deploy that. What do I mean with deploy? My script automatically updates everything. Now I just need to restart my bot, which is also a script. And now we should be able to do keyboard. Okay, I need to fix the Vim plugin someday. It does seem to disconnect after a certain time. So no keyboard. Yeah. So that's the keyboard I use. Now it works. Now we fixed it. So, the Rust programming language. This is the book you want to look at if you want to learn Rust. It should contain everything you need to know to get started. The basics are installation. Go to Rust up. If you are on Unix, you'll get something to just paste in your shell, which some people say you shouldn't do. You can also just download it, look at it, and then install it. That's fine as well. There's also a Windows installer, which is Rust Up Init, which you can use on Windows if you're working with that. And once that's done, you should just, on Windows, it should set up the path automatically. On Linux, you might need to add it to your path yourself, but I think it also does the installation. So now we can make directory temp, go to temp, type in cargo new hello. Cargo is the package manager for Rust. It's used for almost every interaction with the compiler, so you don't need to compile yourself, just use Cargo for that. Cargo new scaffolds a new project for you. You can supply it with a --lib or a --bin to make a binary or library project. We're gonna make a binary, which is the default. Cargo is kind of like npm, yeah. So now we'll go into hello. There is v source main. I'm using NVIM, by the way, for all my editing stuff. And that's your basic Rust program. So you define a main function, you define, you tell it to print a line, and then I'll just do cargo run. And on the bottom, you should see it compiling and running hello world. It's easy as that. Now we'll do something a bit more crazy. We'll get an add function going. My favorite example to show off type stuff. I32. There's a B, which is an I32. The whole thing. Sorry, I'm struggling with the keyboard more than the language, so A plus B reminds me of C. Yeah, kinda. So now we have an add function. Okay. Now we'll do, no, that's not what we will do. Change in quotes. We'll do 1 plus 2 equals those thingies. And this is gonna be add 1, 2. Pretty straightforward. The print line is just is I32 optional? No, it's not. You need to write the types on function declarations. So in other languages like OCaml, you actually don't need to write those, but in Rust you need to write them. That's because of some stuff in the type system which otherwise couldn't resolve everything. So they decided to make them required in order to make other stuff easier. But it's actually pretty easy to work with that. So you just need to get used to it first. And once you are used to it, you'll never want to miss it, because now the obvious thing, IIW quotes, that's the obvious thing we can do wrong, is just send in a string. And now without even running, it tells me I can't pass that as an integer. So that's one of the big pluses of languages like Rust, that stuff that normally is a runtime error in things like Python or JavaScript is just caught at compile time. Okay, then another thing is you can do structs, which you will know from C probably. Let's do a person. Let's do a person with a name and an age. So the classics can be an U8 because cares. Oh yes, yeah. So if I didn't have the extension, I can can surround that again and cargo compile it, and the build step will just show me it expected an i32 but got a string, and I should change that. So yeah, but the extension makes it a bit easier. So if you're on Windows or using Visual Studio Code, you can use the Rust Analyzer extension, which is the same thing I'm using, just on Vim, and it will show you all the stuff. So now you can do let p equal no person. I'm so struggling with the buttons. So my name is hardliner, gonna be toString. Struct like a class or just typed JSON? How do I answer that? It's not really any of them, kinda. Yeah, I'm old, I know. So a struct is a collection of data. So it's just like an object in JavaScript. So where you would just do like a typed JSON kinda, but you can also attach functions to it. I'm hesitant to call it class because otherwise people will start to confuse it with object-oriented programming, which this is not. So there are no function overloads, no function overrides, so you can't inherit from stuff, so on and so forth. So I can't just inherit from person. That's something I can't do in Rust. Interesting, yeah. One of the coolest things is in JavaScript, you already know that. Let's do another print statement. Let's do another print statement. Let's do colon pound question mark, which I know. Let's do the simplified version first. Do that, and here we'll print our person. So Rust is not object oriented. No, Rust is not object oriented. I mean, there are certain things from object oriented languages that you can also do in Rust, but it's not object oriented per se. So the same way that you can do object-oriented stuff in C, C is the object-oriented programming language. Okay, so right now what you see is if you want to print something, it complains because it needs to have a certain interface implemented. So it's actually printable, and that's the debug interface. And there are two ways to do it. The one is to implement it myself, and the other one, which is really cool, is to just say, grammar brackets, yeah, derive, debug, and now it's printable. So now I can cargo run that, and on the bottom, you'll see it actually printed the thing. I feel like I was living on the rock, didn't know that. That's fine, that's fine. I think as long as people are willing to learn new stuff, that's completely fine. Yeah, everybody has to start somewhere. And we're here to learn, so if you have something to contribute, feel free to. if you have some questions, feel free to ask. There's also the Discord, which I think Bill already showed. So let's do it again. There's a Discord. You can ask questions there. We have a programming help channel. We have, like I said, the Rustation to run random code. Yeah. Okay, but now let's get on with the blockchain, actually. Quit out of here. Did I already paste what I wanted to paste? No. Oh, wait. Or did I? I did. So, thanks for that intro. Appreciate it much. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Like I said, I want to do teaching in the future. Not full-time. I don't think I want to do full-time teaching because it's way too straining. But I want to do it on stream. So hopefully by the end of this year, maybe next year, if people are down for that, I will do programming teaching live on stream. And I want to try complete beginners. I want to try intermediates. So for the beginners to teach them everything they need to know about basic programming stuff. For intermediates to get better with stuff like architecture and how to design projects, how to design APIs, stuff like that. Also people who want to switch languages, because I know a lot of them. Not people, languages. And I also wanna get certain ideas out to people for how to program, which I think are the right ones. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know that. I think I have a few good ideas in programming, and I want to teach that to people. Let's see how it goes. So back to the crypto stuff. Choose a fee that incentivizes desirable behavior. NIC reservation fee. Okay, so that's if you want to reserve a NIC, that's how much you need to pay. Yeah, the lengths are okay. Currency. The balances palette implements the the balances palette implements the reservable currency trade. Okay, so we set the currency to balances. Oh, so we just take the balance from the other module and use it as a currency here, so we can use that in multiple palettes. That's cool. That's the reservation fee. No, okay, so no slashing. That's fine. Slashing, we already read up on that. Is if you stake your money and lose, slashing is your punishment where you lose the funds or some of the funds. And in this case, that does mean you don't. Nothing happens, I think. Force origin. Ensure root account ID. Configure the frame system root origin as the NIC palette admin. Okay, so I think that's the one who gets the money. Min length, min NIC length, that's fine. Max length. Event type. Okay, so I got that. By the way, Space Fox, I heard you're doing some streaming today. Is this true? Can we raid you? Adding NICs to the construct runtime macro. Next we need to add the NICs palette to the construct runtime macro. For this we need to determine the types that the palette exposes so that we can tell the runtime that they exist. The complete list of possible types can be found in the construct runtime macro documentation. Okay, if we look at the NICs palette in detail, we know it has storage because it uses the Decal storage macro. Module events because it uses the Decal event macro. You'll notice that in the case of the Nix palette, the event keyword is parameterized with respect to type T. This is because at least one of the events defined by the Nix palette depends on a type that is configured with the trait configuration trait. Okay, so there's an event type, and the event type can be configured from the outside. That's fine. Callable functions because it has dispatch functions in the decal module macro. The module type from the decal module macro. Okay. So we'll get to construct runtime. By the way, Sishan, what have I already asked what OS you're using and what editor? Whoa. Why are you complaining? Ubuntu and VS Code. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I was VS Code user for the longest time. Let's move that in here as well. That's Nix. Palette. Nix. Here's my braces. Module. Call. Storage. What were the other ones? Module call storage event T. Okay. Event. That's not where my less than sign is. That's where my less than sign is. T bigger than. No. I still think Visual Studio Code is a good editor. It gets kind of slow with all the plugins and stuff, but for the most part it just works, which is nice, and it works out of the box, which is really cool. Note that not all palettes will expose all of these runtime types, and some may expose more. You should always look at the documentation or source code of the palette to determine which of these types you need to expose. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, let's go back here. Get out of that for now. I need an enter button on my mouse. If I actually need use my mouse, so I don't need to move my hand this much. Oh wait, I have an enter button on my left hand. On my left hand side of my keyboard. Okay, I mean, the documentation said it's gonna be an hour or two for the whole tutorial, but I think we only took that long because I got distracted as much. Okay, while this is compiling, I'm gonna check out the Nix palette. So, repository. Oh, so it's directly in the substrate. In the substrate repository. Is it in frame? It's in frame. Okay. So let's Control A, git clone that. Let's git clone that. Let's git clone that. Music kinda got chill in the last few minutes. It was way more up. Oh, okay, let's actually move that to our temp folder. Now let's go to, I think it was frame nix. Okay, so there is source, there's only lib, got it. Let's see what that does. Let's make it full screen so we don't get distracted. So it's Apache Tunix module. Config. Nix is an example module for keeping track of account names on chain. It makes no effort to create a name hierarchy, be a DNS replacement, or provide reverse lookups. Furthermore, the weights attached to this module's dispatchable function are for demonstration purposes only and have been designed to be economically secure. Do not use this palette as is in production. Okay, I think I won't. Dispatchable functions. Set the associated name of an account. A small deposit is reserved if not already taken. Oh, if the name is taken, nothing will be reserved because you can't just do it. Okay. Clear name. Remove an account's associated name. The deposit is returned. Forcibly remove the associated name. The deposit is lost. Makes sense. And let's just hope that that's an admin command, which not everyone can use. So, what's all of that? SP standard. What's SP standard? Okay, let's do that. Yank in. What? What's SP standard? Give me something, DuckDuckGo. Give me something else. Rust. SP standard. Yeah, let's move here. Let's delete. Go to the root place. I want to get the whole thing. Lowest abstraction level for the substrate runtime. Just exploits useful primitives from standard or client alloc to be used with any code that depends on the runtime. Substrate runtime standard library as compiled when linked with Rust standard library. Okay. So that's the substrate standard stuff. What's SP runtime? Probably the runtime stuff. Runtime modules, shard primitive types. Okay, so it's basically you include that every time you do something. Probably because that's the basics. I mean, you probably don't need static lookup every time, but that's okay. So let's check out frame support. Let's check out frame support. Almost. Support code for the runtime. Okay. Frame system ensures signed. Okay, I know what that does. So we have a type balance off, which uses T as config, currency, which uses a currency as a currency of the frame system config account ID balance. Whoa. Oh, that's not easy. We have a type currency, which is associated to the trait config via T. And we use that as a balance from the account ID. Holy hell. That's quite hard if you're not a Rust programmer. So if you want to try backend stuff with Substrate, I think you should do some Rust book stuff first and work your way forward from there, because that's not easy to grok. Yeah, negative imbalance of T is the same thing. So it just gets the currency out of the config, and via the currency and the account ID, it gets the negative imbalance and the balance, and binds that to another type, so it's easier to use. It's not that complicated, but also not that easy. So frame system. That's the basic config stuff. We already saw that. We do the event because we do it everywhere. That's the currency we need configured. Okay, so let's check that. So that's just event, which is from and into event. Then we have a reversible currency. Where's the reversible currency coming from? Okay, that's frame support. Got it. So we get a reservable. Sorry. That's a reservable currency. It's something you can reserve. Which is that the sender? Can I go to definition? I can. So it's just the account ID. Oh. So it's just which account everything applies to. Okay. Then we get we have a reservation fee, which is get. I think that's a storage trait. Trait for querying a single value from a type. Is that a storage trait though? Where's the get coming from? Also from frame support. Okay. Reservation fee is get balance of self. Okay, that is. Okay, it's just a value. It's just a value thing. You need. It's a value that is gettable on the current palette, and the type is balance off. Balance off is a currency of some account ID. That's okay. Slashed on unbalanced negative imbalance of self. So on unbalanced, if I understand that correctly, is an event trait. Yeah, handler for some currency account decrease the balance for some reason. The only reason that present for increase would be for validator rewards, but there may be other reasons in the future for other chains. Someone got slashed, someone got paid for the transaction to be included. Okay, wait. Wait. Let's go here. Blockchain imbalance. What do they actually mean with imbalance? Okay, let's go for almost polka dot. Okay, I need to research that. I need to actually research that because I think it seems important, and I kind of have an idea, but what it does, but I need to be sure. Wait, let's actually write it into our wiki. Let's go to wiki. To look up substrate, what it is an imbalance. Okay, so I need to look that up. I need to describe that. Next time we can look at it. I mean, I know the word imbalance. That's not my problem. I want to know what imbalance means in terms of blockchain. So the origin which may forcibly set or remove a name, root can always do this. So that's just kind of like the owner, the admin, the one person who does stuff. Ensure origin. What does ensure origin mean? Some sort of check on the origin is performed by this object. So it just checks if it's an origin, if it's an original origin, if there even is an origin, something like that. Okay, and the last two are just values you can get. That's the min length and the max length, okay? So that's the config trait done. The next thing is the deck storage. That's the cool part, I think. One of the cool parts. So, trade store. Whoops, microphone. Don't get quiet. Let's move it out of the way so you don't actually see it. Trade store for module T config as nix. Okay, we implement. No, we create. No, we implement. We define. Huh. We define the trade store for the module as nix. How do these two connect to each other? Oh, the trade is named config. Okay, so that's how they connect. So there's a trade store for the module, for a module which is based upon config, and it's named nix. And name of lookup table for names, name of, it's a map. It uses the hasher 2x64 concat, which I think is the cryptographically secure one. I think it is. And it goes from account ID to option of a vec of U8, which will be the name and the balance he paid for the name to be reserved. Okay. It's pretty crazy what they've done with the macro stuff and the syntax extensions. So okay, then the event stuff. Pub enum event where account ID is account ID, balance is balance of. Okay, we say that we have an event T. Where we get the account ID from frame system config via T and the balance from balance of T. Okay, and the events are name set. Name was set with who set it. Name forced. Name was forcibly set with the target. And name was changed with who changed it or who was changed. Oh, my chat just reconnected. I hope I haven't missed anything. Just check. No, the bot also didn't show anything. Name change is it? Yeah, name changed. That's fine. Name cleared. That's fine. Name killed. That's fine. Okay. Decal error. Let's get some water going. Okay, we have 3 errors for a config module. The name is too short, the name is too long. The account is not named. That's if we get the name somehow. Yeah. So that's the module itself. Can I toggle Rust Analyzer? Wait, I can CUC stop? No. CUC. Let's disable. Oh, come on. CUC enable. Okay, now let's CUC disable so we don't have to look at the strange box. So there we define a module for enum call. Oh, we can't GD. Okay. Struct module for enum call. Oh, it's because it's callable. Where origin is T origin. Okay. Type arrow is arrow T. That's the stuff from above. Function deposit event default. Okay. So there's a reservation fee. T reservation fee get. Min length is T min length get SU32. Max length SU32. So isn't that defined further up? It's in the config. It's in the config and it's gettable. Okay. Set an account's name. The name should be a UTF-8 encoded string by convention, though we don't check it. The name may not be more than T max length bytes, no less than T min length bytes. That's understandable. If the account doesn't already have a name, then a fee of reservation fee is reserved in the account. The dispatch origin for this call must be signed. Yeah, okay. Wait 1, at most 1 balance operation, 1 storage, read write 1 event. Don't understand that right now. Let's look that up as well. That's to tackle the module stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. Pretzel is a spammy one? Yeah. Module. What does wait do? Okay. I mean, I also can kind of imagine what the wait does, but I want to be sure before I say anything stupid. So, we have a set name, which takes an origin and a name, will ensure that the origin is signed. This way we'll get a sender out of that. Then we'll basically assert that we aren't too long or too short. If let some deposit name get so we try to get we try to check we get the value of type name of, or from the store, sorry, there's the store name of, and we'll get the sender, which is the key for that event. That will return an option with a name and what's deposited. In that case, we'll just send an event with name changed with ourselves, because we changed our name, and return that reposit. If no name is set, we'll get the reservation fee, we'll reserve that amount, and if that doesn't fail, we'll send the event and return the deposit. And if we haven't failed by then, we'll insert into the storage this at sender the name and the deposit. Yeah, so like I said, if you already have a name, you don't need to spend money, you can just change it. If you don't have a name, you need to deposit money if you have enough, and then it will be set for you. But that also makes no guarantees. Also makes no guarantees on uniqueness of the name, right? I think it doesn't. So again, clear an account's name and return the deposit. Fails if the account was not named. Also has a wait. I think the wait might be the order in which it's worked on inside the blockchain, but I'm not sure. So let's see. So we get a sender again by ensuring we have assigned origin. You finalize it. Congratulations. What was your CSS issue? You want to talk about that? Okay, so we'll take the value which is at sender. Take means if there is something, get it and remove it from the store. So after that, there is no value at that point. If it's not okay, we'll make an error unnamed out of that. We will bail if there is an error, and if no error, we'll take the second element, because tuple indexing starts at 0. No. Yes. Yeah, tuple indexing starts at 0. And we'll unreserve that money, so it will be available for the user again. And then we'll send an event which says, hey, the name is cleared from that user with the deposit. Then we do the remove an account's name and take charge of the deposit. That's the kill stuff. Fails if who has not been named. The deposit is dealt with through t/imbalance handler. The dispatch origin for this call must match t-force origin. Okay, so this ensures that only the force origin person or account can actually do that. So it's kind of like you need to show you have the permission for that. Gonna look at your message shortly. So we get target with a lookup. So we check if there is a target. We'll grab their deposit if they have one. And slash on unbalanced slash reserve will slash that. And that will do whatever is discerned, whatever is configured as a slasher. And then we just say, okay, we killed that name. Okay. I made a loading screen for my game I'm developing with a team. And the main issue was that WebKit behaves different to Firefox when I tested it. Oh, that's not good. Let's get that on screen. Okay. Is this the image you want to show me? Loading screen. Is it the... Yeah, okay, yeah, it is. So... Is that with or without the problem? Because if there should be a problem on the screen, I don't see it. Is there... Am I missing something? I mean, it's a nice screen, it's a nice beach. Can you... That's the one without, okay. Do you play at that beach? Or can you play at that beach? Is that a level you can play at? I mean, it's a nice chill loading screen. So even if you can't play there, it's still cool. Okay. You can later, that's cool. So do you do that professionally, or is this just a hobby for you and some friends? See a third party's account's name with no deposit, no length checking, stand on the name, okay. My testing server loads, currently is no map, okay. I haven't done a vacation by the beach for 4 to 5 years. Yeah, me neither. So if I want to see a beach, I'll start up Google Maps. Okay, let's see that as well. That has to be the force region as well, so it's restricted to that. We'll do a lookup. We map that to the deposit and map that to 0 if we get something else. It's currently a hobby. The game is simply a big sandbox where you can create your own game modes with Lua. I think I've heard that somewhere. I think there is a game that does that. No regrets, just saying. Yeah, me neither. So I do like being on the beach, but with crones and everything, staying home is more chill. Okay. Wait. Why is there an insert? Why is there an insert? Oh, set a third-party account's name. Oh, I can't read. That's my problem. Wow, who would have guessed that not being able to read is a problem while programming? So, It's not see a third-party account's name. It's set a third-party account's name. That actually makes sense. So we insert the new name and send a name forced event. Okay, that's cool. Oh, there's unit tests for that. So it's unit testable. Okay, so you can define stuff, define stuff, define stuff. Then you can just test stuff. That's cool. Is that all setup code? Oh, that's types. That's types. Everything is set up with types. I think it's kind of cool how they use the type system for everything. Okay, so now we should have... Now it's compiled. Now that it's compiled, we should be able to run that. Okay, so it's running now, and if it's running, that means... Let's reload that, just to be sure. Okay, I think there's more to do than just running it. Interact, start the front end. Oh, yeah. You can just, wrong button. So palette, there's a Nix palette, there is a... Wait, so... Nix set name. Okay, that can be gone now. There's a set name, bytes. Huh. String would be cooler. But I think that's fine. You should already be familiar with using the front-end template to interact with a palette. In this section, we will use the Nix palette to further illustrate how the front-end template can be used to interact with frame palettes. We will also learn more about how to use the front-end template to invoke privileged functions with the pseudo palette. Sifby 1974, did I pronounce it correctly? Thanks for the follow. How are you today? Are you a Rust enthusiast? Are you a blockchain enthusiast? Are you neither of those? Do you want to talk about it? How was your day? Okay, okay, we got that with the pseudo palette, which is included by default as part of the node template. Finally, you will learn how to interpret the different types of events and errors that frame palettes may emit. To get started, use the account selector from front-end template to select Alice's account, and then use the palette interactor component to call the set name dispatchable function for the Nix palette. You can select any name you'd like as long as it's no shorter than min nick length and no longer than max nick length. Will report status. Okay, let's try to set something. What was the min length we did? Do you mean? I'm good, thanks. How's you? I don't know anything about blockchain, just starting out on the journey. Oh, that's very cool. I mean, we're starting out as well, so we can learn together if you like. I'm gonna continue learning tomorrow. I try to finish the tutorial I'm doing right now, but further than that, I'm already streaming for 4 hours, so it's not gonna be that long. But yeah, stay with us, learn together, join tomorrow again, and we'll get something going. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Oh, and to your question, I'm fine. I'm a bit tired now. Like I said, already 4 hours of streaming. I did 8 hours of work, 4 hours of streaming after that, so it's kind of tiring. Projects, Rust. Let's take that without the front end. Run a node template. And we'll go to runtime. Runtime, source, wrong button. Yeah, also you're gonna see me press the wrong button many times because I have a new keyboard. Let's make that big. Let's go to Nix. Min nick length is 8. Okay. So I am hardliner should be more than 8. Let's name Alice. I am hardliner. Current transaction status is ready. Okay, some balance was reserved. Move from free to reserve. That's cool. Count them to make it sure. Okay, let's count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's perfect for that exercise. Imagine having a shorter name like Steve or something. Would have been a pain to use that. Okay, so now we can clear name, force name, kill name. Where do we see the name? Isn't there a query somewhere? Query Nix name of account ID. Where is Alice? Here is Alice. Let's get that account ID. I hope I pressed that. Yeah. Query. Dude, I wanted to count them myself, but because you were counting out loud, I had to follow with the same speed. Tja, that's what you get. So, you can kind of see the I am hardliner in there, right? Right? Definitely. Okay, good. So it's not just me, Yeah, don't bother correcting. That's just say you got an ergodox as well. Works way better, and then you'll win against everyone when doing type racer. Okay, I can see that. Oh! I almost missed that. So these are the events these are the events the Nix palette defined. Also flexing, yeah. Let's get some Red Bull going. By the way, Red Bull, if you see this, please sponsor me. We'll do some competitive programming if you sponsor me. They might soon. I don't know. Do Red Bull sponsor tech stuff? I mean, Red Bull sponsors everything, kinda. And they sponsor, I think Grand Pooh Bear is actually sponsored by Red Bull, so they sponsor Super Mario players. But I don't think I play enough Super Mario for that, so maybe they sponsor competitive programmers. Everything but tech stuff? Yeah, I should write them. I should not only write them, I should write them, sell them my design to make real Red Bull bottles for them to buy, to sell. Would be cool though. Okay, let's just say that worked. The return type is a tuple that contains two values: Alice's hex encoded nickname and the amount that was reserved from Alice's account in order to secure the nickname. Okay. If you query Nick's palette for Bob's nickname, you'll see that none value is returned. Let's try that as well. Where is Bob? Hi, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Query, none. As expected. Use the signed button to invoke the kill name dispatchable function. Use Bob's account ID as the function argument. The kill name function must be called by force origin. Trade interface, the previous section. You may recall that we configured this to be the frame system's root origin. The node template's chain specification file is used to configure the pseudo palette to give Alice access to this origin. The front-end template makes this easy to use pseudo palette to display. Okay. Wrong button. So many wrong buttons. Extrinsics. It's gonna be Nix. Force name. Target. Bob. And we'll name Bob Lull. Do that as myself. Oh, clear the events maybe. Extrinsic failed. Why? Bad origin. Okay, that makes sense. What do we do if something doesn't work? We'll sudo it. Sudo. Okay, so now I should be able to query Bob's nick. Haven't they taught us in school? I thought you're going to uni. You should have learned that by now. So it's got a lull. That's definitely a lull. Wait, isn't there, if in doubt, chmod 777? Don't do that, please. Please do not chmod 777 something. I did that way more often than I admit. Yeah, but don't you need to no preserve root now? Haven't they fixed that? I think you need a special thing. And also sudo. When in doubt, super user do. They have, but you can go root. But does it work when you root? Don't you still need to do the no preserve root stuff? You don't need sudo if you're already root. That's true. I mean, maybe you get super root. It's like normal root, but with super root powers. Okay, you will notice that even though the function call was successfully dispatched, was emitted and is visible in the events pane. Where does it stop? Yeah, at the root. the router root. So this means that Alice's account was still charged fees for the dispatch, but there weren't any state changes executed. What? This means that Alice's account was still charged fees for the dispatch, but there weren't any state changes executed because the Nix palette follows the important verify first, write last pattern. Now used what? I mean, I already read up on the verify first, write last pattern. But why does that mean we still are charged fees? Okay, let's go to 1 again. Let's... Wait, that's the wrong... No. Have I closed that? I have closed it, okay. You will notice that even though... Yeah, we did that. Now use the sudo button to dispatch the same event. Yeah, we did that. The sudo palette emits a sudo ID event to inform network participants that the root origin dispatched a call. Have we seen that? No. Wait, let's do it again. So Nix, force name, Bob. Let's do Bob champ. Sudo. Let's check the events again. I think I missed that. Sudid. A sudo just took place. Huh. I want my system to print it as well every time I sudo. A name was forcibly set. Okay. Let's go back to the tutorial. A sudo pellet emits a sudid event to inform network participants that the root origin dispatched a call. However, you will notice that the inner dispatch failed with dispatch error. The sudo pellet sudo function is auto dispatch. In particular, this was an instance of the dispatch. Huh. Oh, it's the kill name. Okay, that's why. That's why it didn't do the thing it told me it would do. So let's do kill name for Bob. Let's sudo that. That should now. Is that the demo curse? If in doubt, super user. No. Let's do that again. So Nix, kill name, lookup source. It's gonna be Bob. Let's take Bob and try it signed again. Okay, so now let's do sudo again and watch it crash. No, it didn't. It doesn't. It won't. It didn't. Doesn't dare crash again. Force makes everything better. Not everything. I mean, so sudo take place, name killed, extrinsic failed, bad origin. Yeah, let's sudo that again. Come on. 27 stack frames. Are we developing Java now? Think we're developing Java now. Let's reload. Let's do that again. Does it just crash when I want to kill something that's... When I want to kill something that's not there? Sudo again. Do not crash. Do not crash. Transaction is in block. Oh, dispatch result. Okay, now notice that the inner dispatch failed with a dispatch error. The sudo's okay. In particular, this was an instance of the dispatch error module variant, which reports two pieces of metadata: an index number and an error number. The index number is relates to the palette from which the error originated, so it's kind of like a source. It corresponds with the index position of the palette within the construct runtime macro. Okay. The error number corresponds with the index of the relevant variant from the palette's error enum. When using these numbers to find palette errors, remember the first position corresponds with index 0 in the screenshots above. The index is 9 times palette, and the error is 2 for the error. Depending on the position of the next palette in your construct runtime macro, you may see a different number for index. Regardless of the value of index, you should see that the error value is 2. Do we see that the error value is 2? We do see that the error value is 2. The index is 5. Let's check the index. Let's check the index. Runtime. Configuration, no. Configure runtime. What? Strolling. Construct runtime. That's what I wanted to type. Construct. Stupid keyboard. I typed the wrong thing. Obviously. Don't make mistakes. Nah, I do make mistakes. Okay, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Index 5. Let's see if it's index 5. It is index 5. Okay. That's a bit meh. Depending on the position, yeah, we already read that. You may see a different number. We already read that as well. Corresponds to the third variant of the next palettes error in the unnamed variant. This shouldn't be a surprise since Bob has not yet reserved a nickname. I mean, it kinda has because we already did that, but eh. You should confirm that Alice can use the sudo button to invoke the kill name dispatchable and forcibly clear the nickname associated with any account, including her own, that actually has a nickname associated with it. Here are some other things you may want to try. Add a nickname that is shorter than the main nick length or longer. Okay, add a nickname for Bob, then use Alice's account and forcibly kill Bob's name. Yeah, we already did that. On accident, but we did that. Adding other frame palettes. In this guide, we walked through specifically how to import the Nix palette, but as mentioned in the beginning of this guide, each palette will be a little different. Have no fear, you can always refer to the demonstration substrate node runtime, which includes nearly every palette in the library of core frame palettes. In the cargo tumble file of the substrate node runtime, you will see an example of how to import each. Okay, I kind of zoned out and forgot everything in that paragraph. Let's start again. Adding other frame palettes. In this guide, we walked through specifically how to import the Nix palettes. But as mentioned in the beginning of this guide, each palette will be a little different. Okay, and remember that. Have no fear, you can always refer to the demonstration substrate node runtime. What's a demonstration substrate node runtime? I mean, it's a demonstration of a substrate node. I got that. Okay, so that has almost every palette in it for test purposes, probably. Makes sense. Okay. Frame palette in the core TOML file. You will see an example of how to import each of the different palettes, and in the librs file you'll see how to add each palette to your runtime. You can generally copy what was done there as a starting point to include the palette in your own runtime. That makes sense. Learn more. No, please do not learn more today. My brain is already full. Learn how to add a more complex palette to the node template by completing the add the contracts palette tutorial, upgraded chain tutorial. Yeah, so we'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I can stop work a bit earlier and we can do a longer stream. Brain overflow, yeah. Thank God my brain doesn't have exceptions. Okay. Let's see who we raid. Shadow Legends. No. Is there someone Twitch streaming? Brainsack fault. Yeah, could you imagine? Holy, what's going on? Let's quit out of here. Out of 4 stream. Building in Rust. Building a blockchain. 20 viewers? Holy. Didn't even notice. I mean, I noticed the raids, but... Okay. Teaching you Rust programming. We're learning Rust 4 days into the tutorial. Stack Overflow. Okay. That sounds French. Bot Discord RPG. Yeah, well, not gonna do French. Okay. Lana Lux? Lana Lux does game dev, right? Okay, let's check twitch.tv. Let's see if Arctic Space Fox is streaming. He said he wants to do Haskell today. Show more. He is not. Why is he not streaming? So where's Lana Lux? Lana Lux already has 300 viewers. So I would prefer to use one of those. Give them a few viewers. But if you want to see Lana Lux, I'm gonna rate Lana Lux. That's fine. So it's up to you. Lana Lux or small streamer. Let's get a poll going. I do not enough polls, so it's your decision. I mean, if you're not staying after the raid and not interacting, it's kind of mad too. So who to raid? Slates will be out soon, so I don't know. I mean, let's do a poll still, because like I said, I don't poll enough. Teaching Rust is the next one. Learning Rust and Rust networking. Kinda got lazy. Integrate the poll into the blockchain thing. Yeah, you need to pay real money for the poll to work. So, oh no, not 5 minutes. Not gonna do it. We're gonna do a 1 minute poll. That should be enough. Hey again, how's the blockchain going? Yeah, we did. That's the wrong button. So we did go to tutorials. We did those 2 tutorials. So we created the substrate chain and we added a palette. So you now can register a nickname. Tomorrow we'll continue. Hopefully we'll do a little bit more. So we're gonna do that stuff. Upgraded chain. Yeah, that should be fine too. And so the private network. Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. So at least 2 or 3 of them I want to do tomorrow. Let the users decide if they want to punish someone. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. And now I'm gonna start a vote. Who we want to raid. So we're not gonna raid the French person, because I think most of the people here in chat don't know French. So it's nothing against French people, but yeah, please do vote who you want to see, and we'll rate them. 2 for Lana Lux. Any more votes? Three votes for Lana Lux. I think that's almost decided, right? Okay, let's get Lana Lux going. Where is she? Let's pause. So, Lana Lux it is. Also he doing JS. Huh? I don't understand what he meant. Anyways, not be right back, ending the French guy. Okay, got it. So it was a really great stream today. We had 2 raids, we had lots of We have had 10 gift subs from Megaforks, which was insane. I never had a 10 gift sub bomb. Yeah, many followers. We got more than 2 followers right now, which is also cool. We did a custom blockchain. Everything went better than expected. So thank you all for watching. Thanks for staying this late. And we'll see each other tomorrow. Bye. Oh wait, I haven't started the raid. Sorry. So I'm back now. No. Now I can start the raid. Yeah. Have a good night, sleep well, and we'll see each other tomorrow. Bye.
We did some of those things for more than like 10 minutes. You know what I mean?